Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Egan, your phone is ringing.
Yeah, Neil.
Hey, buddy. White shirt. Are you with me over there?
In Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
Would you please stand for the playing of the Barbados National Anthem? Welcome to the Garrison Savannah, where history is created. Today we offer you an unforgettable experience where some of you will endure the agony of defeat, others will reminisce in the thrill of victory. I am Lyndon Yard, tasked with a simple assignment of sharing that experience with you as the Barbados Turf Club honors former Barbados Turf Club Employees Race Day, and we have 8 races on the program. If you are visiting for the first time, indeed welcome to Barbados and the historic Garrison Savannah, and we hope that you would enjoy your time here in Barbados and indeed today's activities at the historic Garrison Savannah. I am your track announcer, and I will also be the host of the upcoming program Tips in Dash for Cash. Again.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
And good afternoon. We're set to roll off the afternoon's 8 race program, which features race number 8 as the feature race, the Bertie Corbin Memorial Trophy Handicap. That race is the 8th and final race on today's card, scheduled for 5:35 in the afternoon. And we're just about 7 minutes away from post time for the afternoon's first race, which happens to be the Antonia Corbin Memorial Handicap. Let's look at the racing menu today, or as I said, our main course today, the Bertie Corbin Memorial Trophy Handicap. A field of 7, sprinting 1,100 meters. On the menu today, forecast, parry, and forecast betting in races 1 through 8. Parry, forecast, and trifecta. Actually, parry and forecast in races 1 through 8. There are 2 daily doubles, races 1 and 2, and 7 and 8. 2 daily doubles, the early daily double will bring together race 1 and 2, and the late daily double will feature the 7th and the 8th race. The trifecta races today, races 2 through 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There are 3 superfactors on the cards. Races 3, 4, and 6. Races 3, 4, and 6 are your superfactor races. The high 5 today comes a call into the penultimate race, race number 7. The high 5 race is race number 7. Soca 6 will start from race number 2. You are asked to select 6 consecutive winners from races 2 through 7. 2 through 7 are your Soca 6 races. And the pick 4 races today will be races 5 through 8. 5 until 8 will be your pick 4 races. And just for those of you, there's a minimum guarantee of $2,000 to a single winner for the correct combination in the superfactor races today. And There's also a minimum guarantee of $5,000, inclusive of a carry of some $2,493.40. So single winner for the winning combination in today's Soca 6. $2,000 is at stake for today's Pick 4 wagering, and that amount is also at stake for race number 7, which is the High Five event on the card. So lots to wager for, lots of purse to be won, and you would want to get in on those activities as much as possible. 5 minutes to post time for the afternoon's first race. Let me go through the scratches so far on the card. Race 1, scratch 3 and 4. 3 and 4 don't go in race 1. Race number 2, scratch 2, 4, 6, and 8. 2, 4, 6, and 8 don't go in race 2. There is no change in race number 3, no change to the third. A solid is scratch in race number 4, horse number 2, Too Majestic. Race 4, scratch 2. Race 5, scratch 2. Moon Dust. Horse number 2 is scratch in race number 5. In race number 6, take out horses 8 and 13. 8, Major Bobby, the reserve 1, and 13, Kiss Me Kate, don't go. Race 7, scratch 1 and 4. 1, Soul to Soul, reserve 2, and the 4, King of the Valley. And in the nightcap, the feature race, we will go without horse number 7, Good Vibration. Scratch 7 in the nightcap, race number 8. The jockeys are just about to climb aboard their charges for the afternoon's opener. And this happens to be Antonio Corbin Memorial Handicap, 1,800 meters for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 75 to 57 by extension. Its opener horses rated 56 and below. The purse is some $17,000. Number 1 is Rapunzel's Dream. This is a first-time starter in Barbados. It's a 5-year-old dark bay mare by Musketeer out of Run the Flag. This is the property of Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty, trained by Sean Hall. To Sean Hazelwood with the ride today, and he takes off 7 to go to 121 pounds on the track that is listed as firm. And for the debut in Barbados of Rapunzel's Dream, she wears a tongue tie, a hood, and a right eye shield. A tongue tie, a hood, and a right eye shield on Rapunzel's Dream. Horse number 1 for Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty, the owners. Number 2 is Jack Mananiga, owned by Stephen Kelman, trained by Hayden Nichols, ridden by Deshaun Gaskin, 113 pounds, and Jack Mananiga is fitted with blinkers and a tongue tie. We're going to come forward and pick up horse number 5, just about come out onto the track. This is The Spoiled Child, property of Claudette Yearwood, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Ricky Wolcott, 110 pounds on The Spoiled Child. Following The Spoiled Child is horse number 7. This is 17 million US. She is owned by Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman, the Barbados 8-time champion jockey, is back in the irons. Good to have the young man back in the irons, having sustained an injury last year. So it's good to have the 8-time champion back in the irons as he goes down aboard horse number 7, 17 million US. And intricately is horse number 5 on the program. Goes to post with a weight of 108 pounds. And for this assignment, intricately, which is also the property of Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty, trained by Sean Hall. And aboard today is Shaquille Bellamy, and the young man rides at 107 pounds. So there is your field for the afternoon's opener, where the horses are making their way down to the 1,800 meters starting point. Just about 2 minutes on the clock, and this race offers parry and the forecast only. My winner is going to be horse number 1, just come into your picture, making a debut. And Rapunzel's Dream has campaigned extensively at Woodbine, and you don't get any bigger track in Canada than Woodbine, and has a victory over 1 mile and 16 and 2 victories over 1 mile and on the turf as well. So I think basically that speaks well enough for her as she makes her debut. See, the right eye shield is covered, and she makes her way down to the start. 1 of 2 in here for this combination of Darwin Clark, Paul Doughty, and trainer Sean Hall. They've done exceptionally well since they've brought in these animals, having been victorious with Jocular and intricately as she's gone down ahead. And this is Rapunzel's Dream, who I am picking as my winner in this event. On my second line, I'm going to take the stablemate just in front of 17 million US going down, and this is intricately a nice winner on debut at the Garrison Savannah, sprinting on that occasion, stretches out now to 1,800 meters. And by Lone Row out of Gracie's Valentine. Don't think at all that this one is disadvantaged, and has done well on the turf with some, just trying to ascertain the victories that she's had. 10 starts in 2019, winning one. In total, 22 starts with 3 victories. So those 3 victories, just trying to work it out. One has come out for Erie, and that was also on the turf. So at 7 furlongs. So she's done well. Today we have the correct form for Intricately, and also 7.5 at Gulfstream Park. So she's done decent enough. And I think stretching out now to 1,800 meters will be the test, but she falls on my second line. So I'm going for 1-2 here for trainer Sean Hall and the connections of owners Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty. So in the opener, I am going for 1 and 5. In the opener, this race offers parry and forecast only. Good luck, and join me for race number 2.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Garrison Savannah once again. And I'm joined, of course, by Neil Gill as the horses are making their way down to the start for this, the first race on the day's card, Neil. And it's a small field, but a competitive field.
Very much indeed, Dean. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the listeners and viewers here at the Garrison Savannah this afternoon. It's a very competitive field for race. The opening race on today's program, as you know, it's the honoring former Barbados Turf Club Employees Race Day. And race 1 is the Antonia Corbin Memorial Handicap, and it's going a distance of 1,800 meters or 9 furlongs. And as I said, Dean, it's a really competitive field. We're seeing here Rapunzel's Dream, first time starter here in Barbados, is owned by Messrs. Darren Clark and Paul Doughty, trained by Sean Hall, and this combination has been doing fairly well thus far since they've been here in Barbados.
Yes, Darwin, or as we call him, BF, Saint Jocular, Intricately. They have Rapunzel's Dream in this race, and later on in there they have another one called Corsi as well. So Darwin has decided, to put some racing horses into racing in Barbados. Of course, those of us who are around for a while would know Darwin as the former jockey and trainer.
Yep.
Derby winning jockey at that, having won the Derby at a very young age. And Biaf has decided to put some horses into training in Barbados, and of course he and Sean Hall were very close friends. They actually shared an apartment just there off the top of the stretch at one point. And it's really good to see Biaf coming into racing in Barbados in this format after such a long time away from the game.
Yeah, and I really, I'm very pleased to have, I'm sure the racing fraternity would love some success. So wish them all the best as they continue. So it's Darren Clark and Paul Doughty's own Rapunzel's Dream, trained by Sean Hall. To Sean Hazelwood is aboard. The weight 121 pounds, and Rapunzel's Dream is an even money favorite. Number 2 is Jack Mananigap, owned by Mr. Stephen Kelman, trained by Hayden Nichols. Deshaun Gaskin rides 113 pounds. That's number 2, Jack Mananigap, Deshaun Gaskin, 113. Scratched here is number 3, Phil Morris, and number 4, Peruvian. We go to the other Sean Hall trained horse in this, and this one is Intricately. A winner the last time out, going the distance of 5.5 furlongs, and is going to go the distance of 9 furlongs today. Shaquille Bellamy gets the call this afternoon. Weight 108 pounds. Very good to see the youngsters catching this kind of weight, Dean.
Yes, well, Crazy, as we call him, is very, very light. He can do like 105 with saddle.
Wow.
And he's a full-grown man. He's like, I think he's like 20, 21 years old. So he's never going to have a problem with the weight. He just needs the opportunity to ride live rides, and I think he's finally getting an opportunity here. And
and Intricately is in at 5-2. 2-1 is on horse number 6, Despoiled Child, owned by Mrs. Claudette Herwood, trained by Richard Dean. Ricky Walcott rides 110 pounds. That's number 6, Despoiled Child, Ricky Walcott, 110. And the final starter In this, the opener is the horse number 7, 17 million US, owned by Mr. Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean. Welcome back to the Garrison Savannah and welcome back to the saddle. I would say the ace of them all, Anderson Tom Trotman, 114 pounds.
Yes, it's really good to see Trotty back in the saddle. And we know he broke his leg a couple of weeks ago, and it's really good to see him back. And you know, I always tell people whenever we talk about the top jockeys to ride at the Garrison, Anderson Trotman's name has to come into the conversation.
That's a fact.
Whether you like him or not, or you're one of his fans, is irrelevant. His record speaks for itself. He is the winningest jockey at the Garrison. I believe he's won just about every feature race there is. Garrison, and speaking of that, 17 million US joins the lineup. They're all in. And they're racing. The Spoiled Child was a little slow to go. Intricately popped away smartly, and that's the one who leads. Intricately leads from on the outside, 17 million US. Rapunzel's Dream is on the inside of Handicap, and they're 3 lengths ahead of the Spoiled Child. Into the stretch for the first time, and it's Intricately in the dark cap with the yellow body, blue sleeves, and spotted jacket who leads. On the outside, pulling double is 17 million US. Handicap is racing in third. Rapunzel's Dream is fourth, and then the Spoiled Child, after a hesitant beginning, has caught the field as they round the paddock bend and head off to the back stretch. The opening quarter was 25-2, and Intricately leads just by 3 parts of a length from 17 million US. Going up on the inside, Rapunzel's Dream, and on his outside, Handicap, and then there's a break of a length and a half to the Spoiled Child. The opening half was completed in 51-1, and they've got just about a half mile to go. And the leader is Intricately, continuing in front, just by about 3 parts of a length now from 17 million US, who goes up and presses the issue now and actually goes to and heads it now. These two are opened up 3 lengths to Rapunzel's Dream. Handicap has had enough. The Spoiled Child has found his best stride. They're coming inside the quarter pole, and Intricately is asked to go on a little bit, and that she does. In front by 2.5 from on the outside. Here's the Spoiled Child, rounded by horses on with a grand run. Rapunzel Dream looking for Scene to come through on the inside, and they're homeward bounds. And the Spoiled Child has come to the front. On the outside, Intricately is parted out. Rapunzel's Dream trying to close, but it's the Spoiled Child on the inside. Rapunzel's Dream, but the Spoiled Child and the right-hand drive is going to report home in front. Wins it now by just about a length from on the inside. Rapunzel's Dream. Intricately was third. 17 million US rounds out the top 4. The last one home was Handicap. The winner came home in 156-3. In a moment, a recap for you.
And we have a winning time of the board on 156-3, 156 3/5. The winning time for race number 1, as we await the unofficial results to go up on the board. Some housekeeping news while we wait for the results to be posted on the board. You are kindly reminded that we are asking you to please wear your mask at all times. Once you are not eating or drinking, you are asked to have your mask fitted over your nose and under your chin at all times. And that's the request of the COVID monitoring unit. Once you are not eating, you are asked to wear your mask over your nose and under your chin at all.
Popped away smartly, and that's the one who leads. Intricately leads from on the outside, 17 million US. Rapunzel's Dream is on the inside of Handicap, and they're 3 lengths ahead of the Spoiled Child. Into the stretch for the first time, and it's Intricately in the dark cap with the yellow body, blue sleeves, and spotted jacket who leads. On the outside, pulling double is 17 million US. Handicap is racing in third. Rapunzel's Dream is fourth, and then the Spoiled Child, after a hesitant beginning, has caught the field as they round the paddock bend and head off to the back stretch. The opening quarter was 25-2, and Intricately leads just by 3 parts of a length from 17 million US. Going upon the inside, Rapunzel's Dream, and on his outside, Handicap. And then there's a break of a length and a half to the Spoiled Child. The opening half was completed in 51:01, and they've got just about a half mile to go. And the leader is intricately continuing in front, just about 3 parts of a length now from 17 million US, who goes up and presses the issue now and actually goes through and heads it now. These two are opened up 3 lengths to Rapunzel's Dream. Handicap has had enough. The Spoiled Child has found his best stride. They're coming inside the quarter pole, and intricately is asked to go on a little bit, and that she does. In front by 2.5 from on the outside. Here's the Spoiled Child rounding by horses on with a grand run. Rapunzel's Dream looking for Scene to come through on the inside, and they're homeward bounds. And the Spoiled Child has come to the front. On the outside, intricately is parted out. Rapunzel's Dream trying to close, but it's the Spoiled Child on the inside. Rapunzel's Dream, but the Spoiled Child and the right-hand drive is going to report home in front. Wins it now by just about a length from on the inside. Rapunzel.
Winner to be let in. As we look downstairs, the winner being led in by the Connections, and of course part of the Connections is the owner, and that is Claudette Yearwood. So here comes the winner being led in, and it's horse number 6, the Spoiled Child, magnificently turned out by trainer Richard Dean and being led in by the owners, and you can see dabbling on the back in the diamonds printed across the quarters. And the Spoiled Child is a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Lion King out of Sprite, owned by Claudette Yearwood, trained by Richard Dean, ridden to victory by Ricky Walcott, who took it on 110 pounds. Second was horse number 1, Rapunzel's Dream. This is a 5-year-old dark bear mare by Musketeer out of Run the Flag, owned by Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty, trained by Sean Hall. Tashawn Hazelwood was aboard, 121 pounds, finishing second. Third was horse number 5, and that is the stable mate of Rapunzel's Dream. So 2-3 in here for trainer Sean Hall. This is Intricately. This is a mare by Lon Rowe out of Gracie's Valentine, also owned by Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty, trained by Sean Hall. And of course, she is at the ripe old age of 7. Finishing 4th was horse number 7, 17 million US, the early pacemaker. A 6-year-old bear mare by Eagles Peak out of Sweet Enough, owned by Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Anderson Trotman, 114 pounds. So effectively, it boils down to a 1-4 for trainer Richard Dean and a 2-3 for trainer Sean Hall. So race number 1 is out of the way, yet to be made official. Time fractions 25 and 2 for the quarter. Half mile 51 and 1, 6 furlongs in 1:16 and 4/5, a mile in 1:41 and 4. And the Spoiled Child gets victory number 3 in career start number 16 in a time of 1:56 and 3/5. Up next is race number 2, and that's the Oscar Padma Memorial Allotted Weights race for West Indian bred 3-year-old maidens.
To West Marley, and that's the one who leads. Intricately leads from on the outside, 17 million US. Rapunzel's Dream is on the inside of Handicap, and there are 3 lengths ahead of the Spoiled Child. Into the stretch for the first time, and it's Intricately in the dark cap with the yellow body, blue sleeve, the spotted jacket who leads. On the outside, pulling double is 17 million US. Handicap is racing in 3rd. Rapunzel's Dream is 4th, and then the Spoiled Child, after a hesitant beginning, has caught the field as they round the paddock bend and head off to the back stretch. The opening quarter was 25 and 2, and Intricately leads. just by 3 parts of a length from 17 million US. Going upon the inside, Rapunzel's Dream, and on his outside, Handicap, and then there's a break of a length and a half to the Spoiled Child. The opening half was completed in 51:01, and they've got just about a half mile to go. And the leader is intricately continuing in front, just about 3 parts of a length now from 17 million US, who goes up and presses the issue now and actually goes through and heads it now. These two are opened up 3 lengths to Rapunzel's Dream. Handicap has had enough. The Spoiled Child has found his best stride. They're coming inside the quarter pole, and intricately is asked to go on a little bit, and that she does. In front by 2.5 from on the outside. Here's the Spoiled Child rounding by horses on with a grand run. Rapunzel's Dream looking for Scene to come through on the inside, and they're homeward bounds. And the Spoiled Child has come to the front. On the outside, intricately is parted out. Rapunzel's Dream trying to close, but it's the Spoiled Child on the inside. Rapunzel's Dream, but the Spoiled Child and the right-hand drive is going to report home in front. Wins it now by just about a length from on the inside. Rapunzel.
$1,000. So you'd want to get your tickets. This ticket booth over by the drill hall, and there's a ticket booth inside by the grandstand next to the jockeys waiting area. So the drill hall, you can get your lottery tickets for tonight's Mega 6, which stands at $385,000. There's also the Caribbean Lottery. For Tuesday, the jackpot stands at $4,310,000. So you would want to get yourself as much tickets as possible. The Caribbean Lottery for Tuesday, the 12th of April, is $4,310,000. You can also get your double draw scratch cards, and you can also top up from the grandstand and over by the drill hall booth. So there you have it. Remember, the Barbados Lottery supporting sports, youth, and culture. Just about converging upon 16 minutes to post time for race number 2. And I can give you some pari dividends for race number 1 and the official results. The winner horse number 6, The Spoiled Child, played $3.15 to win, 145 to place, 315 and 145 on horse number 6, The Spoiled Child, for winning. For running second, horse number 1, Rapunzel's Dream, returned $1.05, 105. There was no third money. The exacta of 6 and 1 returned $10.75, $10.75. The exacta of race number 1. Third was horse number 5, Intricately. Fourth was horse number 7, 17 million US, and fifth and last was horse number 2, Jack Banana Gap. The distances: 1.5, 2 3/4, 4 3/4, 12.5. 1.5, 2 3/4, 4 3/4, 12.5, and the final time 1:56 and 3/5 for the Antonia Corbin Memorial Handicap. Your attention, please. This call is for Station Sergeant Gibbons. Would you please report to the trainer's room? Station Sergeant Gibbons, you are asked to report to the trainer's room. Thank you. Coming up to just bordering 10 minutes to post time for the afternoon's second event. And it's time for tips in Dash for Cash.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
And welcome back. As the horses are in the parade ring, their riders have already arrived and beginning to climb aboard. Haven't gotten the instructions. Before I go into race number 2, let me give you an update on races 3 and 4. I have 2 announcements for you. In race number 3, horse number 9, Fantastic Move, will now be ridden by jockey Raheem Tor. Race 3, horse number 9, Fantastic Move, to be ridden by jockey Raheem Tor. Race number 4, horse number 8, Prominent, will now be ridden by jockey Deshaun Gaskin. Race 4, horse number 8, Prominent, will be ridden by jockey Deshaun Gaskin. And we're going to dive into the afternoon second race, the Oscar Lot Padma Memorial Lotto race. For West Indian bred 3-year-old maidens going 1,570 meters. Number 1 is Cap Row Cat. This is the property of Melrose Racing, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Afri Ward. 123 pounds is the weight, and the Cap Row Cat is fitted with blinkers and a tongue tie. Scratch horse number 2, Toxicity. Horse number 3 is Divination, the property of Melrose Racing, so 2 in here for Melrose Racing. This one is ridden by Antonia Perch, carries 123 pounds, and your trainer is Rommel Lovell. Number 3, Divination, Rommel Lovell, 123. Horse number 5 is Serafina, racing for the first time in Barbados. We have an offspring of the 2015 American Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh. And this is a 3-year-old dark bay filly by American Pharaoh out of Alexita. And this is the property of Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Errol Walcott Jr., ridden by Antonio Bishop, and goes to post with 118 pounds. And the equipment on Serafina is a tongue tie. A second runner here for this combination of owner Mrs. Gay Smith and trainer Errol Walcott Jr. just come into your picture, fitted with the blue cap, as is standard by Edward Standard. This is Swift, ridden by Rashid Hughes, and goes to post with 123 pounds, and he is fitted with a tongue tie. For his debut, he's a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Storm Arrow out of Majestical. Following him down is horse number 9. And if you turn on the program, this is Wall Street. Third runner here for Melrose Racing. This one is trained by Rommel Lovell, so 2 in here for him. 123 pounds. Ray Williams is the rider, and Wall Street is fitted with blinkers on Wall Street. Let's pick up horse number 10 with the red body, white star in the black. This is Vita Rosa, the property of K&C Stables, trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Tashawn Hazelwood, who takes off 7. We're going at 111. Get the weight adjusted for you there. And for this assignment, I can tell you that Vita Rosa wears a tongue tie and a nasal dilator. Your outside starter is horse number 11, Virginia Park, the 4th runner here for Melrose Racing. So they have a very, very strong hand. And Virginia Park is ridden by DeMario Bino, 118 pounds. The equipment is a tongue tie. And the 3rd runner here to be trained by trainer Rommel Perkins Lovell. So 4 in here for Melrose Racing, 3 for Perkins, and 1 to Robert Pierce. And we will see how this race plays out. It is the second half of the early daily double, and this race offers exacta trifecta. It's the second leg of the early daily double, and it also starts today's Soca 6 sequence. So to play the Soca 6, you would want to wager before this race is run off. Now my winner is going to come from horse number 5, Serafina, and this stable has been in tremendous form. They've done nothing wrong, especially with 3-year-olds, and she makes her debut. She comes with very, very strong pedigree, as we report 6 minutes on the clock to the running of this race, and have no reason to doubt the debut of this daughter of American Pharaoh. Her debut is much keenly anticipated. She gets my backing here for the victory, and I'm going for 1-2 here for the stable. They had a 1-2-3 last race day in the opening event. The race day before that, they had a 1-2 in the first race, so they're doing really well with their 3-year-old. Swift gets my knocking on the second line. And this is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Storm Arrow out of Majestical. Falls on my second line. It's a trifecta event. So my third horse is going to be horse number 3, Divination, ridden by Antonia Perch. 123 pounds at 1,570 meters, was 7th under Antonio Whitehall, then finished 5th under Rocco Boyne. And he attempts the trip one more time, falls on my third line. So in race number 2, the Oscar Lot Padma Memorial Lotto race, I'm going 5, 7, and 3, and I can give you the correct weight for horse number 10, Vito Rosa. The correct weight is actually 112 pounds. 112 pounds. It is a Soca 6 event, So, just to give you my Soca 6 picks. And no spring will spend $72. So in race 2, I'm going 2 deep, 5, 2 and 5, 2 and 5 in race 2. Race 3, I'm going 3 deep, 2, 7 and 10, 2, 7 and 10. Race number 4, I'm going 2 deep, 5 and 7, 5 and 7. I'm singling horse number 8 in race number 5. Race 5, I'm going for the single, horse number 8. In race 6, I'm going to go 2 deep, and those will be 6 and 9, 6 and 9 in race 6. And the final race for the Soca 6, which is race number 7, I'm going 2, 9 and 12. 3 deep, 2, 9 and 12 at a stake of $1. That will cost you $72. If you divide it by half stake, it will cost you $36. And you would want to wager on today's Soca 6, which carries a minimum guarantee of $5,000, inclusive of a carryover of some $2,493.40. 4 minutes on the clock. The next voice you'll be hearing will be that of commentators Neil Gill and Dr. Dean Springer.
Thank you, Lyndon. And the horses are at the start. And we're just going to take a quick look, of course, of one a lot of people will be interested in. This is horse number 5, Serafina. Antonio Bishop has a leg up. And this is a daughter of American Pharaoh, the Triple Crown winner. And obviously, all eyes will be on her. Of the others, Cat Pro Cat is only having third start and we need to improve on those 2 runs. Toxicity ran a much better race last time out on his second try.
It's correct.
Finished in 6.
Scratch.
Toxicity will be scratched, sorry. Divination has had a number of opportunities and has managed to at least hit the board on an occasion. Serafina having a first start, so too is Swift, the other entry from Mrs. Gay Smith. Benefits from interesting pedigree by Storm Arrow out of the Thadiquil mare Majestical. Wall Street is highly favored in this one. Ran a decent race in one outing. This is a son of Almadoro. Ray Williams is aboard. That has to be a plus. And then is in at 4-1, which I think is a pretty generous offer. Vita Rosa is horse number 10. Also by Almadora. Has had 3 outings and really has nothing there to shout about on paper. Virginia Park is probably the most exposed of the bunch and trained by Romel Lovell. Does have a second to her name, and one would have thought after that second we really expected her to go on quite a bit, but her last 2 runs were disappointing, but hopefully she can turn that around. Looking at the odds, Cat Pro Cat number 1 is in at 11-1 as the board changes. Number 3, Divination, is in at 17-1. You get 2-1 for horse number 5, Serafina, so the betting public are very keen on this daughter of American Pharaoh. Number 7, Swift, is in at 4-1. You also get 4-1 for horse number 9, Wall Street. Number 10, Vita Rosa, is in at 9-1. And Virginia Park, despite being the most experienced, is in at 7-2. The jocks are just
Yeah, I think they're looking at the track, so it seems as though there's a little maintenance going on.
Yes. But
the
they're climbing back aboard, so hopefully they're happy with whatever remedial work is being done down there.
So then the track looks pretty good, but there's some indentation, so it would infer that the track is not fully firm.
No, it seems to have a bit of a cut, and looking at the time for the first race and the fractions, 1:56 is a bit on the slow side. So if you're seeing some cutting up at the front end of the track, I would imagine down the back stretch where it tends to be a little bit deeper That is quite softer down the back stretch. So I don't think we're going to see any record-breaking performances today. Having said that, no, some race later on in the day, someone's going to go and equal the track record or something like that.
As the track dries out, huh?
I want to say a big welcome to Bev and Tony. Bev works with Lambourne Racehorse Transport, and they're here at races. And I've just learned that that company is actually owned by the son of legendary jump jockey and author Dick Francis. It's his son, I should say. But like I said, Serafina, this is the one that all eyes are on, his daughter of American Pharaoh. And of course, he was the Triple Crown winner, the first, and I think it was 37 years. And always think it's ironic. Tom Durkin called, I think, 30 Belmont Stakes without calling Triple Crown winner, and he retires. And the very next year, American Pharaoh wins the Triple Crown. But that's how life goes. And so, of the others, though, if I had to take one based on form going forward in this race, I will lean towards Wall Street. I think his last run was very, very promising, and hopefully will be going forward. On looks in the prayer ring, Vita Rosa was definitely eye-catching.
Well, our colleague and friend Lyndon Yard always says it's not a beauty contest.
No, it's not.
She has to come here and perform.
Yeah. That's the one that really caught my eye. Being the filly by Almadora out of Vancelor. Very attractive looking filly. She just looked the part in the ring, but as you said, it's not a beauty contest.
Capricat goes behind. They're still milling around, stay behind. Serafina, she goes behind.
Well,
Divination and Swift.
it's interesting to see a first-time starter start at 9-5 favorite, and I'm pretty sure that is based solely on
her pedigree. Yeah.
And that's understandable. Of the odds, nothing really has changed in the betting. No one has really moved one way or the other. So the betting public has pretty much made up its mind that horse number 5, Serafina, is the one to beat. And I think they've just one or two more to load, Neil.
Yep. Swift will be the last to be loaded. As we look head on, Swift will be ridden by champion jockey Rashid Hughes. As usual, starter Mark Batson and his crew doing a wonderful job as usual. Starter raises his flag and he sends them racing, and it's a pretty level beginning. From in the middle of the course is Virginia Park, but Vita Rosa will be the first to thunder down the stretch. Vita Rosa is in front by a length from Capricat. In third position is Virginia Park. Divination is in fourth. Then comes Swift, Wall Street, and Serafina can see them all as they race towards the bend. And it is Vita Rosa in front by a length and a half from Capricat. By 3 lengths comes Divination, then comes Virginia Park. Along the rails comes Swift, Wall Street, and Serafina, now getting a bit closer as they journey down the back stretch. And Vita Rosa is very comfortable indeed by a length and a half from Capricat. Divination is in third. On the outside of them, we can find Virginia Park. Then tucked along the rails is Swift. Wall Street gets a bit closer. And the favorite, Serafina, is now being asked to go with more run as they race towards the 3-furlong pole. And Vita Rosa has been comfortably in front, now by 3 parts of a length from Capricat. They're gone now by about 3 or 4 lengths for Divination. Getting Swift now is get a bit closer as they pass the quarter pole. And it is still Vita Rosa in front. On the outside, here comes Capricat as they come to the top of the lane. And as Vita Rosa has not yet faced the challenge. On the outside, here comes Capricat. Between horses is Serafina. And down the stretch they come. And it is Capricat in front, Vita Rosa. It's Capricat. Vita Rosa is coming back on the inside. But it's Capricat who's going to report home. Capricat wins it from Vita Rosa. In third position was Serafina, Swift, Divination, then Virginia Park and Wall Street. 141 and 2. In a moment, the unofficial placings for you.
And we have a winning time of the board, 141 and 2, 141 and 2/5. The winning time for race number 2 as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. The results posted on the board, 1, 10, 5, and 7. The winner horse number 1, Cap Rocat. Second, horse number 10, Vita Rosa. Third, horse number 5, Serafina. And finishing fourth was stablemate of Serafina, horse number 7, Swift. Cap Rocat number 1, number 10, Vita Rosa. Number 5, Serafina, and the Swift, horse number 7, finished fourth.
By 3 lengths comes Divination, then comes Virginia Park. Along the rails comes Swift, Wall Street, and Serafina. Now getting a bit closer as they journey down the back stretch. And Vita Rosa is very comfortable indeed by a length and a half from Capricat. Divination is in third. On the outside of them, we can find Virginia Park, then tucked along the rails is Swift. Wall Street gets a bit closer, and the favorite, Serafina, is now being asked to go with more run as they race towards the 3-furlong pole. And Vita Rosa has been comfortably in front, now by 3 parts of a length from Capricat. They're gone now by about 3 or 4 lengths for Divination. Getting Swift now is being get a bit closer as they pass the quarter pole. And it is still Vita Rosa in front. On the outside, here comes Capricat as they come to the top of the lane. And as Vita Rosa has not yet faced the challenge. On the outside, here comes Capricat. Between horses is Serafina. And down the stretch they come. And it is Capricat in front, Vita Rosa. It's Capricat. Vita Rosa is coming back on the inside. But it's Capricat.
Track conditions has been adjusted to good to firm. Track conditions has been adjusted to good to firm. As we look downstairs, the winner is about to be led in, taken in control by Mr. Peter Olu, President of the Barbados Thoroughbred Breeders Association. Here comes the winner, horse number 1, Cap Rocat. And this is a 3-year-old bay colt by Almodora out of Stream Kid, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Robert Pierce, and nicely ridden to victory by jockey Afri Ward. The winner, horse number 1, Cap Rocat. Finishing second was horse number 10. And of course, horse number 10 is none other than Vita Rosa. A 3-year-old bay filly by Almodor out of Vincidor. So 1-2 for the stallion Almodor. Owned by KNC Stables, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Tashawn Hazelwood was aboard. And he went to post. Just want to give you his correct weight there. With a weight of 112 pounds. Third was horse number 5, Serafina, on debut. She's a 3-year-old bay filly, dark bay filly by American Pharaoh out of Alexita. Owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Errol Walcott Jr. And it is that combination that ran forth with Swift. And Serafina is ridden by Stables first call rider Antonio Bishop. Swift, horse number 7, finished 4th on the jockey Rashid Hughes. And he's a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Storm Arrow out of Majestical. So a 3-4 here for the combination of Mrs. Gay Smith and trainer Edward Walker Jr. And congratulations to the winning connections of horse number 1, Cap Roll Cap. And the groom of the winning horse is O'Neill Lane. The groom of the winning horse in race number 1 was Anthony Croney. So congratulations to the winning grooms so far on the day. Anthony Croney in race 1 and O'Neill Lane, successful groom of horse number 1, Cap Roll Cap. Next is race number 3. And we have a full field of 10 going to post, And let me remind you that the track conditions has been adjusted to read good to firm. Track conditions now adjusted as good to firm. A further update and changes. In race number 5, horse number 1, Get Cracking, will now be ridden by Delano Lopez. Race number 5, horse number 1, Get Cracking, will now be ridden by Delano Lopez. And in race number 6, horse number 11, Cold War, will be ridden by Rashad Knights. Race number 6, Cold War, will now be ridden by Rashad Knights. So those are the changes for you so far on your program. Some housekeeping. You are reminded to wear your mask at all times unless you are eating and drinking. You are asked to have your mask fitted above your nose and under your chin for the duration of the day with us here at the Garrison Savannah, unless you are eating and drinking. Garrison Savannah is also a no smoking zone and no smoking area. And you can follow the exchanges on the races streaming www.barbadosurfclub.org. www.barbadosurfclub.org. You can play from the comfort of your home or wherever you are sitting or driving. Just park, pull over, and go to barbadosurfclub.org. Follow the simple instructions, which will lead you to put in your banking information, put in the amount of money you wish to wager. When you've done that, in less than 2 minutes, you become an automatic member to play from the luxury of your fingertips and using whatever device you so choose to use. And you can play with us here at the historic Garrison Savannah. Coverage of races today coming to you on 92.9 VOB, 92.9 VOB FM, also on 94.7 the best 24/7 at CBC, 94.7 the best 24/7. Copy that. So the news is good. Race number 2 is official. Race number 2 is official. The official winner, horse number 1, Cap Roll Cap. Turn around some not impressive form, 6th first outing and 9th second outing, and winds up in the winner's enclosure, which is most important. Can you give you the payments? I need the numbers. I ain't got your phone number. Can you give you the payments for race number 2? The payments for race number 2. The winner horse number 1, Cap Roll Cap, paid $12.90 to win, $6.15 to place. $12.90 and $6.15 on horse number 1, Cap Roll Cap. Finishing second, horse number 10, Vito Rosa, returned $3.40, $3.40. The exacta of 1 and 10 returned $98.90, $98.90, the exacta for race number 2. The trifecta of 1, 10, and 5, that is Cap Roll Cap, Vito Rosa, and Serafina, returned $587.75, $587.75. If you had the early daily double, which was horse number 6 in race 1, the Spoiled Child, into horse number 1, Cap Roll Cap, in race 2, you are entitled to collect $33.25, $1,225. The payments for race number 2. And the next day of the Barbados Surf Club's first racing season for 2022 comes a calling on Wednesday, the 27th of April. That's the day before Heroes Day. And the entries for that race day will close on Wednesday, the 20th of April at the office of the Barbados Surf Club at 10 a.m. Entries for the Barbados Surf Club's 7th day of its first racing season, entitled the Barbados Guineas Race Day, the first jewel of the Barbados Triple Crown. Entries for that race day will close on Wednesday, the 20th of April at 10 a.m. Let's talk money. Let's talk lotto. The Mega 6 jackpot for tonight's draw stands at $385,000. Tonight's Mega 6 jackpot draw stands at $385,000. There's also the Caribbean Lottery for Tuesday, the 12th of April. And the figures that you'll be playing for is some $4,310,000. $4,310,000. The figures for the Caribbean Lottery, which will be drawn on Tuesday, the 12th of April. While you're at it, you can get your double draw tickets, your scratch tickets as well, and you can also top up your phone. So you can get your double draw tickets, scratch tickets, and top up your phones at the booths. There are 2 booths located, one over by the drill hall, and the other booth is inside by the grandstand. So do go, get your tickets. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. The Lotto, supporting sports, youth, and culture. Just about 20 minutes to post time for the afternoon's third race. Desirous of something to eat? The Lounge Restaurant upstairs here at the Garrison Savannah has all the delicacies that you can want. And as a way of fast forwarding to make sure you have your lunch prepared for you, time you get there, it's upstairs here. You can WhatsApp 820-5445. WhatsApp 820-5445, the Lounge Restaurant, to have whatever you need prepared for you. And they have some great tasting lunches. You can also get something to eat to the right of the grandstand. And also plenty beverage down there as well to the right of the grandstand. So feel free to indulge the tummy and of course let the throat. Just to complete the order of finish for race number 2. Finishing 5th was horse number 3, Divination. 6th was horse number 11, Virginia Park. And 7th and last was horse number 9, Wall Street. 1, 10, 5, 7, 3, 11, and 9, Cap Row Cap. Your winner. Distances, 3/4, 2 1/4, a half, 2, 9, 2 3/4. I repeat, 3/4, 2 1/4, half, 2, 9, 2 3/4. The final time, 1:41 and 2/5. All the complete information for race number 2. Just about 14 minutes on the clock for the running of race number 3. 14 minutes to post time. And it's time for tips and dash for cash as we approach 12 minutes to post time.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
Race number 3, the Charles Smalley Small Memorial Handicap, going 1,100 meters for 3-year-olds and older rated 50 to 30. By extension, is open to horses rated 29 and below. Already on the track is horse number 8, Storm Force. The property of Sir David Seal, trained by Stephen Bino, ridden by Lester Edwards. 114 pounds is the weight on Storm Force. Stablemate, horse number 10, No Boss No, follows Storm Force in the colors of Lady Seal, but it's owned in the book by Sir David Seal. Ridden by Antonia Perch, 123 pounds, and No Boss No is fitted with cheek pieces. Coming onto the track, we're gonna pick up horse number 3, Crime Watch, owned by Cheryl St. John and Devon Weeks, trained by Kenny John, ridden by Dara Dalrymple, 123 pounds, with equipment to be used, blinkers and a tongue tie. Let's go up by the gates, and we're gonna pick up one here in the black body. This is for trainer Richard Dean. This is San Pedro, horse number 4, just come into your picture. Owned by Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Anderson Trotman, 118 pounds is the weight. Right in front of us, we're gonna pick up horse number 1, Impeachment. One of 2 in here for Mr. RJ. This is Ray Williams in the saddle, 126 pounds with a tongue tie. The stablemate is just about to exit the parade ring. This is horse number 2, Conflict of Interest. This one is also trained by Richard Dean, owned by Mr. RJ, ridden by Tashon Hazelwood. 123 pounds is the weight. Right in front of us, we're gonna find horse number 9, Fantastic Move, in the colors of Francis Coley, owned by, that's the owner, trained by Kenny Joseph, ridden by Raheem Thorpe, and the weight there is 119 pounds on horse number 9, Fantastic Move. Just coming to your picture is horse number 6, Super Heights, change of owner. Now in the owners of, now owned by Keyshawn Greenwich and Ramar Simmons. So one of which is combination, all the best as they start out. New ownership here, first time I'm seeing these colors at the track. And one of which the pair haven't taken over this horse from Akeem Brown and Peter Namey. All the best. Victor Cheeseman continues to be the trainer. Slade Jones is aboard. 120 pounds is the weight. Equipment to be used, blinkers and the tongue tie. Number 5, just come into your picture. It's Amante, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Ramal Lovell, ridden by Rashid Hughes. 123 pounds, and the equipment to be used is nothing more than a tongue tie. Let's find horse number 7, Ultimate. And I'm just gonna bring Ultimate in the picture. Just turn in there with the stripes, the green in the back. Just come into your picture. And Ultimate is owned by Caleb Gibson, trained by Philip Batson. Co-owner is Chandler Jones. Delan Lopez is aboard. 123 pounds on Ultimate horse number 7. So there you have the field of 10, a very, very competitive field for this event as we converge upon 3 minutes on the clock. So the clock obviously has been adjusted. I'm going to take in this event as my winner horse number 7, Ultimate, and has been in decent form of all these horses. 5th last time out, and that 5th was backed up with some decent forms, and Ultimate had back-to-back victories. So I think that has the speed to be there or thereabouts, and usually will finish out his race well. This is no stellar crowd by any stretch of the imagination, beg your pardon. And Ultimate gets my backing for the victory. On my second line, we'll take horse number 10, Jessica made your picture with the black body, blue sleeves. This is No Boss No, known for her speed. Track conditions has been changed to good to firm. She would relish these conditions, which has a little bit of cut on them. And she has a speed. She's by Bossa Nova. And I love these conditions, the entire family. And I think her speed makes her lethal in here. Whether she can hold on, that's a question that she's always feel more often than not. She falls on my second line. On my third line, we'll take horse number 2, Conflict of Interest. 1 of 2 in here from Mr. RJ. And this one is by Set Sail. As a matter of fact, I think they are full. Just to be on the safe side, yes. They are full brothers. Impeachment and Conflict of Interest. And with 3 wins under his belt, and he falls on my third line. It's a super factor event, and to round out my 4, I am going to go for horse number 5. And who's 5? Amante. And she had good form, just about to be led into the gate. She had good form as a 2-year-old, but tapered off badly. And we'll see whether she can rekindle this form with Rashid Hughes in the board. Just about 5 outside. My picks for this event: 7, 10, 2 and 5. 1 minute on the clock. The voices of Dean Springer and Neil Gill.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. As the loading process is in its advanced stage, we have a favorite in horse number 7, and that is Ultimate. Has had pretty decent form of late. Would have won 2 starts back, beating Quality Star and Brighton Star. Last start out was not as successful, and I'm going as the favorite. So we have 2 to load, which would be Impeachment and Super Heights. Dean Springer for the call.
Thank you very much, Neil. They're all in. Lot to win. Racing coming across from the outside, showing lots of speed is Ultimate, but fastest into straight is Conflict of Interest. Conflict of Interest leads. From the outside, Storm Force. Down the inside is Impeachment. Ultimate is up there as well. Grounded horses on the outside is Fantastic Move. There's a break of a length and a half to No Boss No. A 2.5 lengths back before we get to San Pedro, Amante, Crane Watch, and the back marker Super Heights. As they round the far turn, head up the hill, we've got 3 furlongs to travel. The opening quarter was 24 and 4. They begin their run towards the quarter pole. And the leader is still Conflict of Interest, being pressed now by Fantastic Move. On the outside, No Boss No is coming with a grand run. Ultimate is circling the field. But here comes on the inside, Impeachment as well, and they're homeward bound. And No Boss No is in front. On the outside, here's Ultimate to ask a question. Ultimate picks her up and puts her down. Ultimate now opening up by a length and a half. No Boss No couldn't answer. It's Ultimate under strong left-handed drive and reports home in front by a length and a half from No Boss No. San Pedro came from out of the crowd to grab third down the inside. Impeachment rounded out the top 4, and the winner came home in 107 flat. In a moment, a recap for you.
Already on the board, 107 flat, 107 flat, as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. And we have the results up on the board. 7, 10, 4 and 1. 7, 10, 4 and 1. The winner, horse number 7, Ultimate. Second, horse number 10, No Boss No. Third, horse number 4, San Pedro. Finishing fourth was horse number 1, Impeachment. 7, 10, 4 and 1. As we await the winning connections to come back with their charge.
There's a break of a length and a half to No Boss No. A 2.5 lengths back before we get to San Pedro, Amante, Crane Watch, and the back marker Super Heights. As they round the far turn, head up the hill, we've got 3 furlongs to travel. The opening quarter was 24 and 4. They begin their run towards the quarter pole. And the leader is still Conflict of Interest, being pressed now by Fantastic Move. On the outside, No Boss No is coming with a grand run. Ultimate is circling the field. But here it comes on the inside. Impeachment as well, and they're homeward bound. And No Boss No is in front. On the outside, here's Ultimate to ask a question. Ultimate picks her up and puts her down. Ultimate now opening up by a length and a half. No Boss No couldn't answer. It's Ultimate under strong left-handed drive and reports home in front by a length and a half from No Boss No. San Pedro came from out of the crowd to grab third down the inside.
As we look downstairs, the winner, horse number 7, Ultimate, just about to be led in. And this is the results. Unofficially, the winner of the Charles Smalley Small Memorial Handicap. Here comes the winner. Being led in by some very pleasing connection. This is horse number 7, Ultimate. And Ultimate is the property of Caleb Gibson and Chalner Jones, the owners, trained by Philip Batson and ridden to victory by jockey Dylan Lopez, took along 123 pounds. The winning groom is Eric Walker. So congratulations to the interconnections of horse number 7, Ultimate, who's in the form of his life, as he now rounds up win number 5 in career start number 24, and that is win number 1, 2, 3, 4 in his last 6 efforts. So he's, as I said, it's in the form of his life. Congratulations to all concerned, especially trainer Philip Batson. Second was horse number 10, No Boss No, a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Preach to Meet or The Woman is Boss, owned by Sir David C., trained by Andrew Nunes, ridden by Anthony Perch, took along 123 pounds. Finishing third, was horse number 4, San Pedro, in the colors of Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Anderson Trotman, took along 118 pounds. And fourth in this event was horse number 1, Impeachment. And this is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Copy That out of Set Sail, owned by Mr. RJ, trained by Richard Dean, and ridden to 4th place by Ray Williams, took along 126 pounds. Unofficially on the board, 7, 10, 4, and 1. The winner, horse number 7, Ultimate. Time fractions, 24 and 4 for the quarter, half mile, 49 and 4. The winner, Ultimate, won the Charles Smalley Small Memorial Handicap in a time of 107 flat. As we look forward to race number 4, which has a post-time schedule of 3:15 in the afternoon, we have a field of 11 as horse number 2, Too Majestic, was in non-starter from as early as yesterday in this original field of 12. Race number 4 is upcoming, and we are just about 25 minutes away from that. But before that, I can tell you that race number 3 is now official. Race 3, the Charles Smalley Small Memorial Handicap, is now official. The winner, horse number 7, Ultimate, with Delana Lopez in the irons in a time of 107 flat. Second was horse number 10, No Boss No, Antonio Perez, the jockey. Third, horse number 4, San Pedro, ridden by Slade Jones, and Ray Williams had a leg up on horse number 1, Impeachment, who finished 4th. 7-10, 4-1, the winner, horse number 7, Ultimate. As that race has been declared official, I can give you the payments. The winner, horse number 7, Ultimate, paid $4.20 to win, $2.10 to place. $4.20 to win, and $2.15 to place. For running second, horse number 10, No Boss No, returned $2.65, $2.65. Third was horse number 4, San Pedro, and he returned $3.80, $3.80. The exacta of 7 and 10 returned $27.65, $27.65. The trifecta of 7, 10, and 4 returned $218.05, $218.05. If you had to try the superfecta of 7, 10, 4, and 1, that is Ultimate, No Boss No, San Pedro, and Impeachment, you are entitled to collect $296.20. $296.20 if you correctly selected the superfecta in race number 3. Thank you. Just about 16 minutes on the clock for the running of race number 4. I can give you a complete order of finish for race number 3, the Charles Smalley Small Memorial Handicap. The winner was horse number 7, Ultimate. Finishing second was horse number 10, No Boss No. Third was horse number 4, San Pedro. Fourth was horse number 1, Impeachment. Fifth was horse number 6, Super Heights. Sixth was horse number 2, Conflict of Interest. Seventh was horse number 9, Fantastic Move. Eighth was horse number 5, Amante. Ninth was horse number 8, Storm Force. Finishing 10th and last was horse number 3, Crime Watch. The final time 107 and 1/5. The distances 2, 3/4, half, 1, a neck 1 3/4. I repeat, 2, 3/4, half, 1, a neck 1 3/4. And that was the winning distances for race number 3. Copy that. As we approach 13 minutes to the run of race number 4, in a late development, in race number 5, horse number 8, Afternoon Delight, is now a non-starter. Race number 5, horse number 8, Afternoon Delight, is now a non-starter. And with that 13 on the clock, it's time for tips in Dash for Cash.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
We're moving on to the Louis Corbin Memorial Handicap. 1,100 meters for West Indian bred 4-year-old maidens. A field minus horse number 2, Too Majestic. The purse is $13,500. Number 1 is Bali High from the Melrose Racing Stables, trained by Rommel Lovell. Ridden by Rashid Hughes, 128 pounds, and Bali High will be fitted with a tongue tie. Number 3 is Anastasia, to be ridden by Antonia Perch with blinkers on. Andrew Nunez is your trainer, and this is the property of Sir David Seal. Ebony Rose is horse number 4. Deshaun Hazelwood is on board. 118 pounds is the weight that he catches for trainer Richard Dean. And Ebony Rose is owned by Titans Racing. Jerusalem is horse number 5, the property of Stephen Allen Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Ricky Walker up. 130 pounds stop and post. The equipment to be used, a tongue tie. Lane Bridge is horse number 6, a tongue tie and laser there later his equipment. Ridden by Slade Jones, 118 minus 7. We're looking at 111. And Jones picks up 3 pounds of weight, 114 pounds. This fella is conditioned by Philip Webster and is owned by Akeem Olton. Over the page, and we are going to find horse number 7, Rockin' Robin. owned by Starboys Syndicate, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Aaron Daniel. 116 minus 7, 109. That's what the young man will catch. Blinkers and tongue-tied equipment on the brown coat for this assignment. Robert Pierce is your trainer. Horse number 8, Prominent. Now to be ridden by Deshaun Gaskin, who's also a 7-pound claiming apprentice. He goes in at 113 pounds. And he claims 7 and puts back up 5. This is the property of Kenny Joseph. He's also the trainer. Sexy is horse number 9 to be ridden by Rashad Knights, 121 pounds with a tongue tie. Owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, she is, and trained by Edward Walcott Jr. Thunder Lady is horse number 10, owned by Richard and Emerson Selman, trained by Philip Batson, ridden by Jeremiah Worrell, who will claim 7, goes at 119 pounds on horse number 10, Thunder Lady. Number 11, The New Normal, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Kemar Chase is on board. 118, he claims 7 and puts back up 3 to go at 114 pounds for this assignment. And this is the property of Sunset Farms. And on the outside, Pink Panther rears a tongue tie. Rashawn Mears will ride at 113 plus 3, 116 pounds, having claimed 7 from 120 for trainer Robert Pierce. And he sent this one out for Melrose Racing, who are already in winner's enclosure. That's the field of 11 to contest this event, which offers Parry Forecast and Superfecta. And for this event, it is also the third leg of the Soca 6. My winner is going to come on horse number 5, Jerusalem. And goes here with a heavy impulse of 130 pounds. That will be the question mark. She's done reasonably well with 125 as her best or highest weight, finishing third on that occasion to St. Celia and Ballyhigh, who reopposes today at Ballyhigh. And presently she's your even money favorite on the board. And horse number 5, Jerusalem, I said there's a question mark here with the weight, but she has the speed to outgun them from the gates. If she can hold on with this weight, then she'll get home. If someone can chase her down and finish better than her, obviously you have to make up the stagger of that early speed to get to her. But she goes here as my winner for Stephen Allen Madu, trainer Robert Pierce, and Ricky Walcott, who started the day on a winning note when he punched the line with The Spoiled Child. On my second line in this event, I am going to go for horse number 7. And horse number 7 is none other than Rockin' Robin by Aristodemus, or the Twin Lady. I think the conditions should really work to his advantage. Has been hovering around the lower part of the things. 2 fourths and a third place will be his best effort. And this is no stellar field by any stretch of the imagination. He has some speed, and I think that if he can show that speed, he can be there or there. About the weight of 109 pounds is exactly what he loves to run with. Falls on my second line. On my third line in this field of 11, I'm going to take horse number 1. So I'm going up to the top, the tip of the top. This is Ballyhigh. Run an excellent race when finishing second on a Jeremiah Worrell, 123 pounds on the occasion. The question mark here is, can she take 5 pounds heavier and perform even better, which means she will win? And that will be left to be seen. I don't think so. And she falls on my third line here with 128 pounds with Rashid Hughes, drawn position number 1. To complete my superfecta, I'm going to take horse number 3, Anastasia. And well stretched out last 3 efforts, having not raced for the year. Last 3 efforts were 2 at 1,570 meters, the other at 1,800 meters. And I think that she could come running towards the latter part of this race. And she is the one horse in this race I believe that can finish. But with the race under her belt sadly lacking, that will be my question mark. Let's look at the breedings. Aristodemus Dance Goddess could very well help her as well. As a matter of fact, her best effort resulted in a 3rd place finish on good to soft. Track conditions listed as good to firm. And she falls on my 4th line. 5, 7, 1, and 3. The superfecta for me in race 4, the Louis Corbin Memorial Handicap. Good luck. 6 minutes to post time.
And welcome to back to the Garrison Savannah. The horses are actually walking around behind the starting gate. For this, the fourth race on the day's card, the Louis Corbin Memorial Handicap over 1,100 meters. Now starting here is number two Majestic. Of those that are going, we've got a interesting bunch of 4-year-old maidens, and my picking here is horse number 1, Bally High. Benefits from Rashid Hughes riding for trainer Romel Lovell and Melrose Racing, and is presently in at 5-2. That's Bally High in at 5-2. Anastasia is number 3. The mount of Antonio Perch goes in at 8-1, and that's a pretty good bet. Has some decent runs of late, and perhaps can finally hand in that maiden certificate. Number 4, Ebony Rose, comes in here with a 4th place finish, 2 starts back behind St. Cecilia and Bally High. Also Jerusalem, who's also in here, and Ebony Rose is the mount of Tashawn Hazelwood, and is in at 13-1. 7-5, the favorite is Jerusalem, and partnered by Ricky Walcott for the father and son team of Stephen Allen Madu. And this Robbie Pierce training does have a 3rd last time out, and 2nd and the 4th also to her name. Lanebridge comes in here with no form and is in at 24 to mount. Slade Jones holds the reins. In at, let me get some good odds, is number 7, Rockin' Robin. The apprentice Daniel gets a leg up this afternoon by trainer Robbie Pierce, and does have a 3rd place finish behind Stormcatcher and Impeachment. So that's a bit of form. You can look if you want to dismiss all the others. Maybe has a good chance. Prominent is the longest shot on board. We have Deshaun Gaskin picking up the ride, and it's the longest shot on the board at 80-1. Number 9 is Sexy. Rashad Knight climbs aboard in at 5-1. She does have 1 5th place finish to her.
Gonna beg your indulgence, Dean.
Okay, Lyndon.
This page is for Mohammed. You are asked to report to the weigh-in room. Mohammed, you are asked to report to the weigh-in room. Thank you. Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you, Lyndon. Thunder Lady is horse number 10, and this one did have an injury, so it's not as exposed as many others here. Did run 4th first time out. Then had an injury, a really nasty cut, but her last start shows that she's heading back in the right direction. And the Apprentice World is aboard. The New Normal comes in here with no form whatsoever, and has the Apprentice chase up, and is at 46-1. No surprise there. Pink Panther is in at 23-1. Does have a 4th place finish over this kind of distance. On that occasion, was chasing home the lights of Conflict of Interest. Has the Apprentice mirrors up for trainer Robbie Pierce. And if you can come back to that kind of form, could have a very good shot. They're just about 3 outside, Neil, and you have the call.
Thank you very much, Dean. And they're trying with Sexy, going up, ridden by Rashad Knight. Standing quietly is Bally High. So too is Ebony Rose, Jerusalem, Lane Bridge, Rockin' Robin, Prominent, Sexy's in. They're now going to try with Anastasia. And these horses are contending with the guys blowing their horns outside just outside the starting stalls as Thunder Lady goes in. Going to give Young World the opportunity to get in the steals. You're all in, set for start. Starter raises his flag and he sends them racing. And it was a little slow to go with Pink Panther and the New Normal. but quickly into stride is Bali High. Along the rails in second position is Anastasia. Ebony Rose is in third. A little tight there as Jerusalem goes by. Sexy now runs into fourth position. Lane bridges between horses. Thunder Lady sweeps on by, and down goes the young Slade Jones. And then the next one through is Prominent. Then comes Pink Panther, and the last one is the New Normal. As they pass the three and they go towards the drill hole, and it is Jerusalem in front. In second position is Ballet High. In third position on the outside comes Sexy. Then the cavalry comes with Anastasia, Rockin' Robin, Ebony Rose, and as they come to the top of the lane, and it is Jerusalem swinging by on the outside. Here comes Bali High. Ebony Rose is coming also on the outside, and down the stretch they come, and it is Bali High and Ebony Rose. Bali High and Ebony Rose, they're neck and neck, strike for strike. Ebony Rose seems to be going better. Ebony Rose gets home from Bali High. Then came Anastasia. In fourth position was Rockin' Robin. Then it was Prominent, the Thunder Lady. Then there's Pink Panther, Sexy, Jerusalem. In a moment, we'll have the official result for you, but it's 109 and 1.
109 and 1. Your attention, please. There is a loose horse on the track. There is a loose horse on the track. Please be careful. It's a loose horse on the track. Thank you. The stewards have called an inquiry into the running of race number 4. There is a stewards inquiry into the running of race number 4. And please be reminded, there's a loose horse on the track. As we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. Final time 109 and a fifth, 109 and a 1/5 for the running of race number 4, and that's the Louis Corbin Memorial Handicap for West Indian bred 4-year-old maidens over 1,100 meters. The results have been posted on the board: 4, 1, 3, and 7. 4, 1, 3, and 7. Once again, there's a loose horse coming by the 5.5 furlong starting point. It's a loose horse, so please be careful. And horse number 6 is the loose horse, and all is well. That ends well. So the winner, horse number 4, Ebony Rose. Second, Ebony Rose, sorry. Second horse number 1, Bali High. Third horse number 3, Anastasia. And finishing 4th was horse number 7, Rockin' Robin. 4, 1, 3, and 7. Unofficially, of course, remember the stewards have called an inquiry into the running of race number 4.
Ebony Rose, and as they come to the top of the lane, and it is Jerusalem swinging by on the outside. Here comes Bali High. Ebony Rose is coming also on the outside, and down the stretch they come, and it is Bali High and Ebony Rose. Bali High and Ebony Rose, they're neck and neck, strike for strike. Ebony Rose seems to be going better. Ebony Rose gets home from Bali High. Then came Anastasia. In fourth position was Rockin' Robin. Then it was Prominent, Thunder Lady.
Looking downstairs, the winner is about to be led in. And here comes the winner, being led in by the connections. And this is horse number 4, Ebony Rose, being led in by Curlin and Adam. So owned by Titan Racing. This is a 4-year-old bay filly by Preach to Me out of Impress Isabella. The groom is Curlin Felicien, and it's owned by Titans Racing, and a win for trainer Richard Dean, a jockey to Sean Hazelwood, as they took 118 pounds. Congratulations to them. Finishing second was horse number 1, Bally High. This is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Jeanette out of La Chatelaine, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Ramal Lovell, ridden by Rashid Hughes, beg your pardon, 128 pounds. Finishing third was horse number 3, Anastasia, who is a 4-year-old brown filly by Aristodemus of Dance Goddess, owned by Sir David C., trained by Andrew Nunez and Antonia Perch, had a leg up at 121 pounds. And finishing fourth was horse number 7, and horse number 7 happened to be none other than Rockin' Robin, and he rocked home in fourth. This is a product of the Starboy Syndicate, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Aaron Daniel, 109 pounds the weight there for horse number 7, Rockin' Robin. So there you have the results unofficial on the board. Remember, there's a stewards inquiry that was called into the running of race number 4, and that had a lot to do with horse number 6, Lane Bridge, who lost the rider Slade Jones. So let's hope that all is well with the young man as we converge upon 26 minutes, the post time for the running of race number 5. So time fractions, 25 and 2 for the quarter, half mile 49 flat, and the winner, Ebony Rose, stopped the clock in 109 and 1/5. We're moving on to race number 5, the Frank Harper Memorial Condition Race for 3-year-olds. This also goes 1,100 meters, and we have a post time schedule of 3:50 in the afternoon. Remember, we have a late non-starter in horse number 8, Afternoon Delight. We have a change of rider on horse number 1, Get Cracking, to be ridden by Delano Lopez. Thank you. It gives me some time to get into some housekeeping work and to let you know that our next race day happens to be the eve of Heroes Day, and that is April 20th. We're having night racing, or evening racing basically. So we're going to start in the afternoon and go into the evening, into the night on an illuminated track. That race day comes a call on the 27th of April, Wednesday, and it's entitled the Barbados Guineas. It's the first jewel of the Barbados Triple Crown, and entries for that race day will close on Wednesday the 20th of April at 10 a.m. Entries for the Barbados Turf Club's Barbados Guineas Race Day, which is a day-night event, comes a calling on Wednesday the 27th of April. Entries for that race day will close at 10 a.m. at the offices of the Barbados Turf Club on Wednesday the 20th of April. Let's talk money. Lotto, lots of money. Tonight's Lotto Jackpot Mega 6 stands at $385,000. There are 2 booths, one over by the drill hall, the other in the grandstand. You can go and get your ticket. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. You would want to have a chance at tonight's Mega 6 jackpot, beg your pardon, which stands at $385,000. If that's not enough, you can try your hand for Tuesday's draw. I can inform you that race number, after the stewards held their inquiry, there's no change to the running order of race number 4. The result stands and the race is official. The winner horse number 4, Ebony Rose. Second horse number 1, Bally High. Third horse number 3, Anastasia. Finishing 4th was horse number 7, Rockin' Robin. Back to more money. And speaking about the Caribbean Lottery, which will be drawn on Tuesday, the 12th of April, that purse stands at $4,310,000. The jackpot for the Caribbean Lottery to be drawn on the 12th of April stands at $4,310,000. At those booths, you can also get your scratch tickets, your double draw tickets, and you can top up your phone. So you can have your double draw tickets for the next couple of draws. There's a 5 p.m. draw, there's a 7 p.m. draw, and a 9 o'clock draw. And you can also purchase your scratch tickets and top up your phones. All here at the Garrison, over by the drill hall, or the booth by the drill hall, or the booth inside the grandstand. Desirous of playing, we would want you to play and wager with us. Go to www.barbadosturfclub.org. Follow the simple instructions. Put in your credit card, Visa card, debit card, whichever card you choose to use, information. Put in the amount you wish to wager, and in less than 2 minutes, you are eligible to participate from the comfort of your hand, your fingertips. You become an instant member, and you can wager with us right where you are. So www.barbadosturfclub.org. Follow the simple instructions. That is, you put in your credit card, Visa card, or debit card information, and put in the amount you wish to wager, and in less than 2 minutes, you are eligible to play from the comfort of your hand device. Coverage of racing today brought to you on VOB 92.9 FM, VOB 92.9 FM. There's also coverage of races on 94.7, the best 24/7. CBC 94.7, the best 24/7. To the money. The winner horse number 4, Ebony Rose, paid $15.15 to win 310 to place. 15, 15, and 310 on horse number 4, Ebony Rose. For running second, horse number 1, Bally High, paid $1.35, 135. Third was horse number 3, Anastasia, and she returned $2.70, 270. The exacta of 4 and 1 returned $63.30, 63.30. If you had a trifecta of 4, 1, and 3, that is Ebony Rose, Bally High, and Anastasia, you are entitled to collect $401.70, 401.75, the trifecta of race number 4. There was no winner of the superfecta, 4, 1, 3, and 7, and the superfecta carry over some $2,216.50. $2,216.50. There was no winner that had Ebony Rose, Bally High, Anastasia, and horse number 7, Rockin' Robin. 19 minutes of post time. Good luck. Just about 11 minutes to the running of race number 5. And we're at 10 minutes to post time. Time for tips in Dash for Cash.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
We're moving on to the afternoon's fifth race. It's the Frank Harper Memorial Condition Race, going 1,100 meters for 3-year-olds. The purse is $15,000. Couple of changes, and these are rider changes. Earlier, I'd given you Delano Lopez as the rider for horse number 1, Get Cracking. Well, there has been another change. Jockey Delano Lopez will now ride horse number 4, The Code. So do make that change. Remember, Slade Jones fell last race, and he has now been replaced by jockey Delano Lopez. As a result, jockey Ricky Walker, whose horse Afternoon Delight was scratched earlier, he now replaces Delano Lopez, and he will ride horse number 1, Get Cracking. So the changes would read, Delano Lopez rides horse number 4, The Code, and Ricky Walker rides horse number 1, Get Cracking. So let's go from the top. Horse number 1 is Get Cracking, owned by Mr. Chandler Jones, trained by Philip Batson, ridden by Ricky Walker, 119 pounds. Number 3, Princess Julia, owned by Buddy Bishop, trained by Naz Issa. Ray Williams retains the ride and goes to post at 119 pounds. The Code, horse number 4. This is the property of Galileo Racing Inc., trained by Philip Batson, ridden by Delano Lopez, 123 minus 3, that's 119. He puts back up all 4, so no change in the weight there, 123 pounds. Francine is horse number 5, owned by Luther G. Miller III and his wife, Susan Miller. Trained by Victor Cheeseman, Antonia Perch rides at 119 pounds, and Francine is fitted with a visor, a tongue tie, and a nasal dilator. Number 6, Hurricane, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Errol Walker Jr. Antonia Bishop has the leg up today, 123 pounds, and Hurricane is fitted with a tongue tie. Number 7 is Kitten Star, the property of Mr. R.J., trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Rashid Hughes, 123 pounds on the 5 times champion jockey of Barbados, Young Rash, as he's called. That's number 7, Kitten Star, for trainer Richard Dean, Mr. R.J., and the champion jockey for the last 4 years, Rashid Hughes. On the outside, we get horse number 9, Tamar, to be ridden by Tishon Hazelwood. 112 pounds is the weight, and Tamar is owned by Roundtable Stud Farm and trained by Richard Dean. And that is the field for the afternoon's race number 5 in honor of Frank Harper. And this race is a trifecta event. I beg your pardon, please pause. Some further news, we have a slight delay, and we do apologize for the slight delay, as jockey Slade Jones is being assessed by the medical team, and hence the ambulance is there with him. Remember, he went down in the last race, going down the backstretch off Lane Bridge. So we do apologize for delay in the running of race number 5, as young Slade Jones is being assessed by personnel, and the ambulance is very much still involved. So we will inform you as to how we proceed with the running of race number 5. So I will also resume the edition of tips in Dash for Cash as soon as we get the go-ahead from the necessary personnel. Thank you.
And welcome back to the Garrison Savannah. Dean, we're just having a slight delay here as we've been made to understand that young Slade Jones is just getting some attention.
Yes, you had what looked like a pretty tough fall in the previous race, and the ambulance they take him into the doctor's room where they're looking at him. So we're going to have a bit of a delay as a result. But that's racing. We just hope that Slade is okay. I think he's getting ready to head off to Canada. Of course, he is a Canadian by birth.
Okay.
Where he will be playing his trade, I believe, at Woodbine primarily, and probably at Fort Erie as well, as he will be trying to emulate or perhaps even improve on his father's record at Woodbine. But those are
very
big shoes to fill.
very big shoes to
No
fill.
offense, Jono. But yeah, Slade is going to be off to Canada shortly, and we want to wish him obviously all the best of luck. Yeah. And maybe hopefully one of these when I have something run out there, I could give him a ride.
Well, Ebony Rose in that last race, Dean. I mean,
this one was a really nice upset. Probably took the superfecta away from quite a few people. Didn't really see that one coming, but congrats to all concerned.
I know my friend Lee, as he's listening. I'm sure he always throws if Lee doesn't have this one, I'd be very surprised. Lee gets one some out of nowhere. So Lee, if you have that, congratulations, my friend.
I want to say also hello to two ex-riders. One who also is a starter, assistant starter, and he also worked in the weighing room as Crickety Scales. My friend Steve, who's dealing with some issues, and of course, I'm sure he's watching, and I'm pretty sure my Uncle Harry is also listening. Good afternoon, Giants.
Well, as we're greeting, let me just say good afternoon. I have my cousin Greg. He's visiting from Toronto here, and his fiancee Des. Good afternoon, Greg and Des. And I'm hoping that you are enjoying the races today. Salome is also here with him. And just want to say good afternoon and enjoy the races. But the races this afternoon seem they're pretty interesting. And when we see the races like this, I like to see good competitive racing.
I think that's what we all come here to watch. Yes, we would appreciate when a horse is romping well clear, but we also love. It's a lot more enjoyment for us as spectators to watch two or three horses in a ding-dong battle through the stretch, seeing jockeys really earning their pay, as I say, and we had that in the last race, definitely.
Definitely.
To Sean Hazelwood producing Ebony Rose, a great run, and just getting up to win in the dying moments of that race.
Yeah, and let me tell you something, Dean. I for one get so, and I'll just give it from my perspective. I get so wound up, in a race. I get so into a race. I know some of my good friends always saying, you sound so passionate about it. I try my best. I hear it, I try my best just to keep it calm. Keep it calm, Neil. All going through it. Neil, keep it calm. And then you see Ebony Rose.
Yeah, there's some races that just are very hard to not have some sort of emotional thing about, especially when it's you had a good race and everything is just unfolding nicely.
And an outsider at that, you got Bally High, who would have been the favorite, one of the favorites, and Ebony Rose out of the sky. I mean, no, and well.
I think people have to remember that we are also racing fans here. And sometimes you do get it. We all have our moments where we are a little bit more into some races than others, and I think that's just natural. And and it happens to all commentators all over the world. I remember speaking with Trevor Desmond when he called. We were talking about the Breeders' Cup that Zenyatta won, and he told me, he had when the trainer home, he saw it. He said, he was just pounding away his chest, like, could she get there? And you can even if you watch a lot of races, you will get that. When a horse has captured the imagination of the public or the racing fans in general, and something just exciting happens in a race, extra exciting happens, because to me all horse racing is exciting. And you see these 800-pound and above animals traveling at 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour, with these young and some not so young men and women perched precariously on their backs, doing what they do. It's something that I think you would have to be a very laid-back person to not have some sort of emotion. And you're talking about emotion, and we're headed towards the Guineas, and this race coming up, the Frank Harper Memorial Condition Race, is a race which could be considered as a good tune-up or indicator for some of these horses heading towards the Guineas. You have the likes of Get Cracking, who has done nothing really wrong in her entire career. I mean, her worst finish is a 5th place finish. But she comes in here with a third, a second, a third, a win. Finished 5th last time out, but it was not even a badly beaten 5th. I mean, only 5.5 lengths behind the winner. And I'm sure the connections must be thinking that towards the Guineas, as they look towards the Guineas, she has to have a shot. Princess Julia is another one who
I really like this one.
Well, looking at her in the prayer ring, she does catch the eye. Owned by Mr. Barry Bishop and trained by Naz Issa. She comes in here with 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. So she's also one with very, very good form heading towards the Guineas. The code. Slade Jones was to ride. Delano Lopez will now pick up the reins. And comes in here with only 1 bad run. That was first time out finishing 8th, but came back since that and has not been off the first four.
We must also say that Ricky Walker picks up the ride and horse number 1 Get Cracking.
Yeah. Francine. This one is the one that some people think is a bit of an enigma.
Yeah, and this one is very exposed as well.
Well, but you know, she came out, she ran fourth.
She
three
was
times
pretty good early.
3 times in a row. Then she kind of went off the boil, but she came back to win with Slade Jones last time out on the 5th of February. Granted, who she beat would be question mark there. Virginia Park and Divination, who have really not
Still
gone
made
on.
it.
But nevertheless, I'm sure the connections are looking at this as a feeler as to whether they have the quality for the Guineas.
She has Antonio Percha aboard, and I know Percha will give her his best rate as he could give.
Now, one that caught everyone's attention was the deal was Hurricane. Winner in that event, beating Get Cracking and Princess Julia, so that's a positive. Granted, that was over 1,000 meters. But having said that, this Son of Storm Arrow has the pedigree, without a doubt, to go a bit further. And, you know, this barn has been red hot with 3-year-olds. I mean, I think today's the first day. So far, they haven't won because I'm not going to rule out Hurricane here again.
And I think that they're really taking the time with the horses, and they're getting the best out of them. And I must say, kudos to the entire barn down at Spring Head.
Yeah, they've done really well with these 3-year-olds. I don't think they've had I don't think they've had many that have failed to hit the board.
Yeah. I mean, the last race there, I mean, all 3 of them, I mean, it was what, Jaguar, Chitara, and the other one.
Yeah.
That they
saying they had a 1-2, 3.
But then 1, 2, 3, and then
today, even though they didn't win, they were third or fourth or second.
Yeah.
They're
still
right there.
there.
Their 3-year-olds are obviously. They obviously have a good bunch of 3-year-olds down there this year, at least so far.
So it kind of like whet your appetite to see what they would have as the 2-year-olds as they come out as well.
Yeah, and then we have, of course, Kitten Star. Disappointing run last time, about finishing 7th. Now, this is another one that I think the connections would probably decide where they are as far as the Guineas, depending on how this run is this afternoon. Does benefit from having Rashid Hughes up, and if you've got Rashid Hughes up, there must be a reason. And I think Rash must obviously see something that a lot of us haven't seen. What I do like is that the pedigree by Derby Kitten out of Bull's Ballad. And, you know, I love Derby Kitten as a stallion prospect. As a stallion, I think he's a young stallion, but come on, this horse ran the Kentucky Derby. You know, so there has to be some positive there. But Afternoon Delight will stay indoors.
And I think the race will be robbed as a result of that. You know, Afternoon Delight has been in tremendous form.
Yeah, I mean, 3 wins.
Yeah,
she seems to either win or run out.
No in between.
There's no in between. I mean, look at her form. She was 6, then she won 2 in a row, ran 6, and comes back and wins. So it's like she only knows it sees that she's an all or nothing. And then there's Tamar, a winner as well, but has never been off the board. So really and truly, this race is really a wide open race. There are a couple of here I suspect are feeling out where they will be positioned leading into the classics. Looking down, they're still walking around the parade ring. And you can see Princess Julia is getting pretty hot. She's sweating up quite a bit. Groom Joseph Benjamin is trying to keep her as calm as possible. She's the only one that seems to be a little on her toes, but she's a very passionate type of horse. That's just her. Hopefully we will get the ambulance back out soon and we could get them off the track because they've been walking around there for quite a while. And you really don't want to see a horse, especially in a race like this where we are heading towards the classics,
not giving their best because
losing a race in the parade ring and incidents like this. But she's on her toes, and the others are starting to sweat a little bit as well. It's pretty warm out there.
think they were just something. Bert was just telling the others. I'm not sure what is going to
Yeah,
happen. I think they're probably going to take the horses.
I think they're probably
Back
going to let
in.
them take them inside,
Yeah.
cool them off a little bit.
Or, yeah. Let them
We
cool
look down,
down.
we see Dr. King just looking at them.
Yeah. Just well.
But they seem to be out there for quite a while.
Yeah, so hopefully they're going to cool them down, or what are they going to do?
I don't know. They're signaling to someone or something, something. But yes, Princess Julia is definitely
Definitely. Yeah.
sweating up quite a bit, which is a pity because I really think she's primed to win again. I think she looked when it came out, she looked the part, but I'm a little concerned by how much she's sweating up before the race. On the other hand,
But pedigree, before you go on, I think she is a Mingling Temple slipstream.
Yeah.
Slipstream. As we know, slipstream was one of our, well, I don't want to say a premier because then, people, everybody in different era, they say.
Yeah,
but she
but
was
in her
a
day, she was-
very, very flighty horse. She
Yeah.
was very speedy, and she was in the barn of the late Sir Charles Williams, I should say, and she was one of the best.
yeah, but
Well, the ambulance is back. Thank God for that one.
Thankfully,
That mean that let's keep young Slade Jones in our prayers. That all is well. Just pray for his
Yeah,
healing. Right now.
I think that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
The ambulance is here, and so hopefully we will have riders up shortly.
And I'm not hearing our good friend Lyndon Yard, and he would have his program to do.
Lena is probably on there trying to find, give someone some bad tip as usual.
Well, actually, I'm gonna give you some good news. And the good news is that the ambulance is gonna come back and the jockeys are coming out. So we will have a resumption for race number 5. And speaking of tips, let's continue with time for tips in Dash for Cash. So we have gone through the runners and riders for this event, and it's a trifecta event. And now that we are minus horse number 8 in Afternoon Delight, no surprise because she did not act. As a matter of fact, her worst performance came on soft going, and with the rains we had overnight, was not surprised that the decision was taken to take her out of today's event with track listed as good to firm. And she stays indoors. And we'll come straight now for the first duel of the Barbados Triple Crown, which comes a call in on the 27th of April. And that's an evening of racing. And so I'm going to adjust my winner here, having selected Afternoon Delight in the paper. I'm going to take horse number 3, Princess Julia, to get the job done here. And she has been very, very impressive. Lightly raced filly by Mingun Temple out of Slipstream. She has good form, a third, a second, a first, a second, and a first. And she gets a track listed as good to firm. I think that she should relish these conditions here. 119 pounds with Rhea Williams up. That's my winner for Barry Bishop, the owner, and trainer Naz Issa. So in race 5, the Frank Harper Memorial Condition Race, I'm taking Princess Julia as my winner. On my second line, I'm just going to throw it wrong. I'm going to take horse number 6, Hurricane. Now, if there was one that was a very impressive winner on debut, despite the fact that he only went 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs flat, he simply floored that field. That included Get Cracking and Princess Julia. So they reopposed today. But he's coming in off a little bit of a setback, having not raced for, I'll give you the days momentarily, for approximately 203 days. So this run will more or less be a trial run for him. If he's okay, then I suspect that he will have his say in the final 2 furlongs, which is where and when he exploded on his way to victory last occasion, which was the 18th of September 2021. He falls on my second line to complete my 3. It's a trifecta event. I'm going to take horse number 5, Francine. And finally, she handed in her maiden over 1,100 meters after some 8 tries. In her 9th try, she was victorious. And she did it well against much softer opposition, Virginia Park and Divination. We did see both of them today, and they finished one on the money, the other out of the money. And giving Francine horse number 5 the opportunity here to get among the cat, put the cat among the pigeons once again, and get on the things, and she falls on my 3rd line. My 3 in here. I'm taking number 3, Princess Julia, as my winner. Hurricane, horse number 6, as my 2nd choice. And Francine, horse number 5, as my 3rd choice. I know the fellas upstairs are pretty sweet on the Hurricane, but it's a very quality field, and several of these in here will be looking for a position in next race days, Barbados Guineas, including Hurricane. And this is one of the peach pink from the barn of Edward Walker Jr. and Mrs. Gay Smith. They've been red hot with their 3 rolls this year, and we'll see how Hurricane turns out. Upstairs, guys, give me a long shot, since I don't pick good winners. The next voices you'll be hearing will be that of Neil Gill and Dr. Dean Springer.
And the horses are heading down to the start for this, the 5th race, the Frank Harper Memorial Trophy. The Frank Harper Memorial Condition race, I should say. It's for 3-year-olds, and we have a favorite in horse number 3, Princess Julia. Ray Williams has the leg up for trainer Naz Issa, and despite sweating up in the pre-ring, this has not turned the punters off of her one bit. We also got a 2-to-1 second choice in the betting in horse number 6. This is Hurricane, having only his 2nd chance. He's now basically joint favorite, as Princess Julia's lengthened out to 2-to-1 as well. Then you get a couple at 4-to-1. These are horses number 1, Get Cracking, and number 4, The Code. So the stablemates are basically 3rd choice in the betting, joint. 3rd choice in the betting. And at 5-to-1 is number 7, Kitten Star. And this is the amount of Rashid Hughes. 6-to-1 for horse number 9, Tamar. And the longest shot on the board is number 5, Francine. But she's the longest shot, but she's not way out in the betting.
Yep.
And at 8-to-1. A small but competitive field.
Yeah, and I think that's what Lyndon was alluding to before, and we didn't hear him just now when we took back up, took it over. But apologies for that. But as I said, it is a very competitive field. We have the favorite in horse number 6, and that one is Hurricane, and very impressive winner last time, first time out. We have the Code, and I think the Code is one that will should do very well in this race. Princess Julia is looking really well. Ray Williams, as usual, very cool and calm in the saddle. Has his mount and she's just on her toes a bit. Francine also looks as though she's come ready to run today.
She's a very attractive horse. She always looks so composed and classy about her. Her first two starts were very encouraging. Then she seemed to go off the boil, but she came back with a win last time out against obviously a lesser field than this. But that's sometimes horses just need that confidence booster,
Get
and
cracking.
sometimes that's what they just need. And we could go back to a horse I'm sure you remember in the Zinga when I told you
Yeah.
she just needed to win a race and get her confidence up, and she'd win the Derby. And she got that confidence up by winning a easy maiden race, but
Yeah.
came back and won the
Won the
Derby.
Derby.
And we were not surprised about that at all.
Yeah.
So maybe Francine has now figured out
What's
how
all-
to
what
win
it's
a
all
race
about.
and
Yeah.
got her confidence up. And sometimes horses just need that first win under the belt, and we'll find out now if that was a confidence builder or if it was just a case of meeting some horses that just aren't as good as this bunch.
Okay, so Hurricane goes up. Kitten Star with Rashid Hughes with the next to be loaded. And Tamar with Sean Hazelwood. Stride. Standing quietly, get cracking. Princess Julia. The Code. And then that one is Francine, Hurricane. Kitten Stars go on in, and Tamar to round out the field. Tamar, she got there a little hesitant. And they're going to run her up. And no, she doesn't seem to be very interested. I think she knows what she has to do. But, sometimes she just be a little hesitant. Sometimes that happens. We have about 6 or so handlers with her. And as usual, Starter Mark Bass and his crew, they're doing a wonderful job. So Tamar, you see Stephen Thorne there lending a hand, 3, 4 of them. And they're all in, set for start. Starter raises his flag, and he sends them racing. It's a beautiful break. Kitten Star just flew straight by, and is going to be the early leader. In second position is Princess Julia. Get Cracking is in third. The Code is in fourth. Then comes Hurricane, Tamar, and Francine. That's the way they race as they fly down the back stretch. And it is on the outside. Looks like Princess Julia has just taken over from Kitten Star. Hurricane is in third position. Then comes the pair of Galileo and I beg your pardon. That one is the Code and Get Cracking. Then comes on the outside is Francine and Tamar as they race towards the quarter pole. And it is Princess Julia in front. Hurricane is also there. In third position is Kitten Star as they pass the mile marker. And it is on the inside. It looks like Kitten Star. From on the outside, going very, very wide, is Princess Julia. It's Princess Julia, and they have allowed Kitten Star to get back into the race. It's Kitten Star, Princess Julia, Kitten Star, and Princess Julia, Kitten Star. Kitten Star is going to win it. Kitten Star wins it. From Hurricane, in third position was Princess Julia. Then came the Code, Get Cracking, Tamar, and Francine in 106 and 3. In a moment, the unofficial placings for you.
Time listed on the board at 106 and 3. 106 and 3. The time listed for race number 5 as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. The results have been posted on the board. 7, 6, 3, and 4. 7, 6, 3, and 4. The winner horse number 7, Kitten Star. Second horse number 6, Hurricane. Third horse number 3, Princess Julia. And fourth horse number 4, The Code. 7, 6, 3, and 4.
On the outside, looks like Princess Julia has just
Race
taken
time
over
106
from
and
Kitten
3/5.
Star. Hurricane is in third position.
This is an urgent call to spectators. You are asked not to converge on the track. Spectators, you are asked not to converge on, not to encroach on the racetrack.
Julia in front. Hurricane is also there. In third position is Kitten Star as they pass the mile marker. And it is on the inside. It is on the inside. It looks like Kitten Star from on the outside, going very, very wide. Is Princess Julia.
So as we look downstairs, the winner
allowed Kitten Star to get back into the race.
It's
Kitten Star, Princess Julia.
will be collected
Kitten Star, Princess Julia, Kitten Star. Kitten Star is
by
going to win
Mr.
it.
Ronald
Kitten Star
Thornton.
wins it from Hurricane.
And with him
In
is
third
trainer
position
Richard Dean.
was Princess Julia, then came
And they collect their charge. And this is Kitten Star. Here comes the winner. Horse number 7, Kitten Star. The winner of the Frank Harper Memorial Condition Race. Looks very, very well turned out. Commanding victory. And confidently and smoothly ridden to victory by champion jockey Rashid Hughes. And being led in by Richard Dean and Mr. Ronald Thornton. Kitten Star is a 3-year-old bear colt by Derby Kitten on the Bull Ballad. As I said, owned by Mr. RJ, trained by Richard Dean, and ridden by champion jockey Rashid Hughes, took 123 pounds. Finishing second was horse number 6, Hurricane, a 3-year-old bear colt by Storm Arrow out of Angelic Peace, the property of Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walcott Jr., and Trinity Bishop was aboard, 123. Third was number 3. And of course, horse number 3 was none other than Princess Julia, one of the pre-race favorites. She's a 3-year-old brown filly by Mingun Temple out of Slipstream, owned by Barry Bishop, trained by Naz Issa. Will Williams rode her as favorite, as a 2-to-1 favorite, with a weight of 119 pounds. And finishing fourth on the board was horse number 4, The Code. Ridden by Delano Lopez, a 3-year-old brown colt by Almador Millennium Mile, owned by Galileo Racing Inc., trained by Philip Batson, and Lopez was aboard 123. Unofficially on the board, 7, 6, 3, and 4, and a time of 106 and 3/5. Up next will be race number 6 on the program, and that happens to be the Desmond Robin King Memorial Handicap, over 1,570 meters for 4-year-olds and older non-winners of 2, rated 55 and below. Preference to winners of 1, then maidens. We have a post time schedule for 4:25 in the afternoon. Stay tuned. Your attention, please. We beg your indulgence as the ambulance will be leaving the venue to take young Slade Jones to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and we will resume as soon as the ambulance returns. So we beg your indulgence. There will be a delay into the running of race number 6 as the ambulance and personnel will leave to take young apprentice Slade Jones off to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Thank you. In the meantime, I can tell you that race number 5 has been declared official. Race 5 is official. Thank you. Your attention. Will the driver of MT 845, you are kindly asked to remove your vehicle urgently. The driver of MT 845, you are asked to urgently remove your vehicle, please. Thank you. With race number 5 being official, I can give you the payments. The winner horse number 7, Kitten Star, paid $7.15 to win, $3.20 to place. $7.15 and $3.20 on horse number 7, Kitten Star. For running second, horse number 6, Hurricane, paid $1.90, $1.90. The exacta of 7 and 6 returned $45.80, $45.80. And if you had the trifecta of 7, 6, and 3, Kitten Star, Hurricane, and Princess Julia, you are entitled to collect $75.20. $75.20. Remember, we are going to experience a little bit of a delay as we await the return of the ambulance from taking young Jones down to the hospital. Thank you. Your attention, please. Once again, we are paging the driver of MT845. You are asked to urgently remove your vehicle. The driver of MT845, you are asked to urgently remove your vehicle. Also, the driver of XA1578, the driver of XA1578, you are asked to kindly remove your vehicle as a matter of urgency. Thank you. Once again, we are asking the driver of MT845, the driver of MT845, you are urgently requested to move your vehicle or else we will have to seek other means of having it removed. Thank you. Your attention. Following the arrival of the return of the ambulance, the next race, race number 6, which happens to be the Desmond Robin King Memorial Handicap, will now be run off at 5:05. Race number 6 will now be run off at 5:05, and the races to follow will run 35 minutes apart. 35 minutes apart, following the running of race number 6 at 5:05. Speaking of race number 6, horse number 1, Shotter, will now be ridden by jockey Afri Ward. Horse number 1, Shotter, to be ridden by jockey Afri Ward. And horse number 11, Cold War, will be ridden by Rashad Knights. Horse number 11, Cold War, to be ridden by jockey Rashad Knights. I will update you on a rider for horse number 12 in race number 7 as soon as that information becomes available. And just to give you some further information, in race number 7, horse number 12, Visionary, will now be ridden by jockey Antonio Perch. Race 7, horse number 12, Visionary, will now be ridden by jockey Antonio Perch. On the international scene, I can tell you that Safi Joseph Jr., a Barbadian who emerged champion trainer of the Gulfstream Park Championship meet, dethroning 18 times defending champion trainer Todd Fletcher. And that's quite an achievement. He's held that position for 18 consecutive years. Well, Safi had another winner today at Gulfstream Park, which is his 45th winner for the year and his 648th career win in North America. Caminero, a 3-year-old dark bay colt ridden by Edwin Gonzalez, won at Gulfstream today for Safi, who ironically last weekend went a notch further with his celebration when he landed the $1 million Florida Derby with White Abreu, which is a guaranteed starter if all goes well in the first Saturday in May for the run for the Roses. So for the first time in his career, he will be saddling one of the early morning line favorites in the Derby, and that's quite an achievement for Safi Joseph Jr. at 35 years old. So he continues to do wonderfully well across America, not only at Gulfstream Park, but his rings is spread far and wide, and we want to wish him all the best and continue to give him all of our support as he flies the Barbadian flag. Congratulations to Safi Joseph Jr. as we look forward to White Abreu, the Grey, in the run for the Roses come the first Saturday in May. We've just got about 3 minutes on the clock, which would have been reset. Remember, this race is set to run off at 5:05 now, and it's time for tips in Dash for Cash.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
to the Desmond Robin King Memorial Handicap, 1,570 meters for 4-year-olds and older non-winners of 2, rated 55 and below, preference to winners of 1, then maidens. The purse is $15,000. Number 1 is Shorter, the property of Yellow Star Racing. Now to be ridden by Afri Ward, 126 pounds, and Shorter is fitted with cheek pieces. Absolute Stars, horse number 2, the property of KNC Stables, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Rashid Hughes is aboard, 110 pounds plus 7 over, 117 pounds, and Absolute Star will wear his customary nasal dilator. Over the page, Storm Catcher is horse number 3, and this is the property of MTD Racing, trained by Mar Armstrong, ridden by Tishon Hazelwood, 115 pounds on Storm Catcher. On the track is horse number 4, High Velocity, just in front of us, owned by John Patrick Drake, Gloria Drake, Lowell Rollins, and Aldief Rollins, trained by Andrew Nunez, ridden by Demaro Bueno, 117 pounds with cheek pieces. Let's pick up horse number 10. This is Spendy Money, owned by Barry Bishop, trained by Naz Issa. Ricky Walker is up, 125 pounds on Spendy Money. As we can go back and find horse number 5, Jordan, just come into your picture. Always very familiar colors, roan no better by the great Coolbird. And Jordan is the property of Mr. George DeVere Davis, trained by Kenny John, ridden by Anthony Perch, 120 pounds, and Jordan will wear cheek pieces. Behind Jordan, we're going to find horse. Let's go on track. Pick up horse number 14. This is Gabriel, owned by David Arthur, trained by Millicent John, ridden by Ray Williams, 121 pounds, and Gabriel is fitted with tongue tie and cheek pieces. To the parade ring, we're going to seek out horse number 6. And this is none other than actually, jockey is now climbing aboard. Horse number 6, just in shocking pink, just climb aboard. Here you go. This is a supermodel owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Errol Walker Jr. and ridden by Anthony Bishop, 119 pounds, blinkers, and a tongue tie. Going down on a gallop, we're going to pick up horse number 12, Seeking Adventure, owned by H&M, trained by Kenny John. Ridden by Delano Lopez, 125 pounds is the weight. Right in front of us is horse number 11, Cold War, a winner in his racing debut. And he is owned by CAH Racing, trained by Kenny John, ridden by Eric Daniel, 123 pounds. And on the outside of Absolute Star, we're going to find that is Brighton Star, horse number 7, owned by Dr. Juliet Skinner and Mrs. Angela Simpson, trained by Jonathan Simpson. Lester Edwards aboard, 115 minus 3, 112 pounds is the weight, and that's the feel for this event. We're going to find horse number 9, just come into your picture. Actually, that is number 6, so number 9 would obviously be wearing the blue cap right behind you. Here she comes, Gazy, with Anderson Tom Trotman in the irons. And Gazy is owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Errol Walker Jr., 111 pounds. And I'll just get the corrected weight for you momentarily. Suspect you're probably a couple pounds over. Not a lot, as Trotman has been light most of his career. And number 9, Gazy, seeks a double in succession. This event is a superfecta event. It's the second leg of this Pick 4, and I'm going to go for horse number 6, Supermodel, to get the job done here. 1,570 meters. She finished second last time out behind Caballito. That was back on the 19th of February 2022 this year, and the form is good enough. 2 starts back were horrendous efforts. 11 of 11 and 11 of 11. Prior to that, before that, there was a victory, 1 of 6, and that was her maiden success. So she has finished second last effort, and I'm expecting more improvement. As we look on the board, she's presently at 5-1. That's my winner for Mrs. Gay Smith and trainer Errol Walker Jr. and jockey Antonio Bishop. On my second line, it's a very interesting event to punt in. We want to wager. On my second line, I'm going to go for horse number 9, Gazy. And this is a 1-2 for the stable. One last effort over 1,800 meters, drops down to 1,570 meters, which is really right up her alley. And must be much better for that extended run over 1,800 meters. Now she drops into 1,570. She must be at the top of her game. She falls on my second line. I'm going 2 down to horse number 11. This is Cold War, very impressive winner. When actually it wasn't his debut, it was actually his second start, and off quite a while at 1,570 meters. So he's right back home at this trip. But he will find winners now, which will be much tougher competition. But he's not exposed, and I think he could have some competition on the lead for at the front for the lead. And whether he's strong enough, we will see. But he can hold on. He is by War Crime out of Labani, and she did exceptionally well when campaigning from 1,570 meters. This one on the jockey, and there's a change of rider here. Rashad Knights falls on my third line. To complete my 4, I am going to take horse number 1, Shorter. And if you're looking for a good one pacer, this is it. 2 at 1,800 meters was second last effort behind Rainbow Warrior. 1,570 meters might just find the trip maybe a little too quick. Not a lot of speed in here besides Spend the Money and Cold War. And if that should capitulate, maybe going down by the 4 between the 3, then this one pace, if he can pick them off at his usual one steady gallop, then he could be in the thick of things. So I'm putting him on the jockey Alfred Ward on my 4th line. So you will get all the helps from the saddle, especially where strength is concerned. In race 6, named after the Desmond Robin King Memorial Handicap, I'm going 6, 9, 11, and 1. A victory for horse number 6, Supermodel, who is present on the board at 5-1, now coming in to 4-1. We've just got about 4 minutes on the clock, which has been reset. And the next voices you will be hearing will be those of commentators Neil Gill and Dean Springer.
Very striking resemblance to his sire, Aston Martin. He looked really, really well in the parade ring. 13-1 on horse number 4, High Velocity. Number 5, Jordan, as the board changes over again. Jordan's in at 16-1. 7-2 on horse number 6, Supermodel. Number 7, Brighton Star, is in at 7-1. Number 9, Gazy, is also looking to repeat here as a winner, is in at 9-1. Number 10, Spending Money, very, very good run the last time out, is in at 7-1. 3-1 on horse number 11, Cold War. Seeking Adventure, horse number 12, is in at 9-1, and 21-1 on horse number 14, Gabriel. And the word is out a bit on horse number 10, Spending Money, as the loading process is in an advanced stage. I think they're just about 2 to go.
Yeah, a couple still outside.
Yeah,
Spending Money
it's
is
in
one
a-
outside.
yeah, it's in
Seeking
a 8-1.
Adventure, Gabriel.
And Spending Money ran a fantastic race the last time out. First time starter and finished 4th. And we will see what
Still
this
see
horse will
Jordan
do.
outside as well. It looks like Gabriel. You know, it's one thing about this angle. We look at them. It's really hard to tell sometimes who's
Very.
in or who's not.
And even if we use the monitors, I mean, it's very, very difficult as well.
I can see Jordan still outside for sure. So to Spend Your Money. And these are the two remaining to load. Spend your money. Seeking Adventure has flipped in the gate. So Seeking Adventure is reared up. Vince can't really see from here if he's back on all fours. Looks that way.
No doubt the vet will take a look at.
Well, I don't think he went right over. I think he more just reared up, hit the back of the gate. The jock's climbing back aboard. And that is Delano Lopez. Who hit the eject button very quickly. Can't say blame it. They're still trying to get spend your money in. He goes in. They're on the Stars horse and they're racing. And a pretty even beginning. Spend your money is very prominent. He's actually the one who brings them on to the main course. So it's Spend the Money who's the leader in the blue jacket with yellow sleeves. Down the inside, Shotter in green and yellow. It's the white face of Stormcatcher in the black jacket. Just goes up and grabs second. Then towards the outside is Cold War in blue and orange silks. Then behind these is Supermodel in the shocking pink. Down the inside of that one, we find Jordan as they head down the back stretch. There's a break of a length and a half to Gabriel. Then there's Seeking Adventure, Absolute Star. And the last one is High Velocity. The opening quarter was 25-2. And they head around the far turn and head up the hill towards the 3 furlong marker. The half is completed in 49-4. They're at the top of the hill. And it's Stormcatcher, the leader from Cold War. These two are 3 lengths up of Shotter. Spending money seems to be a spent force. Gazy Supermodel improves nicely. Also, there's Brighton Star. Gazy improving with a grand run as well as they come inside the quarter pole. They've just about 2 furlongs to go. It is Stormcatcher and Cold War who dispute the lead. Wide on the outside, here comes Shotter with a grand run. Further wide on the outside, here is Gazy. And between horses, Supermodel. As Shotter comes through and he picks it up. It's Shotter in front by a length and a half on the inside. Cold War hanging around, but sir, it is going to be Shotter and who's going to report home. Is it now by about 2 lengths? Tight for second between on the inside. Cold War between horses there was Supermodel. And on the outside, finishing out the top 4 was Jordan. And the last one home was Spend Your Money. And the winner came home in 138-1.
And the final time for that race, 138-1, 138-1/5, as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. Yeah. The results up on the board. 1, 6, 11, and 5. The winner, horse number 1, Shotter. Second, horse number 6, Supermodel. Third, horse number 11, Cold War. And finishing 4th was horse number 5, Jordan. 1, 6, 11, and 5. The winner, horse number 1, Shotter.
Blue jacket with yellow sleeves. On the inside, Shotter in green and yellow. It's the white face of Stormcatcher in the black jacket. Just goes up and grabs second. Then towards the outside is Cold War in blue and orange silks. Then behind these is Supermodel in the shocking pink. On the inside of that one, we find Jordan as they head down the back stretch. There's a break of a length and a half to Gabriel. Then there's Seeking Adventure, Absolute Star. And the last one is High Velocity. The opening quarter was 25-2. And they head around the far turn and head up the hill towards the 3 furlong marker. The half is completed in 49-4. They're at the top of the hill. And it's Stormcatcher, the leader from Cold War. These two are 3 lengths up of Shotter. spending money seems to be a spent force. Gazing supermodel improves nicely. Also, there's Brighton Star. Gazing improving with a grand run as well as they come inside the quarter pole. They've just about 2 furlongs to go. It is Stormcatcher and Cold War who dispute the lead. Wide on the outside, here comes Shorter with a grand run. Further wide on the outside, here is Gazy. And between horses, Supermodel. As Shorter comes through and he picks it up. It's Shorter in front by a length and a half on the inside. Cold War hanging around, but sir, it is going to be Shorter, and who's going to report home? Is it now by about 2 lengths? Tight for second between on the inside. Cold War between horses there was Supermodel, and on the outside finishing.
As we look downstairs, this is another win for the Diamond Lady of Racing, Liz Dean. So she's back in the winners' enclosure. As we look downstairs, the winner being collected by Nick Gibbs and being led in by Eddie Bell. Here comes the winner, horse number 1, Shotter. And this is a double on the card for Jockey Afri Ward. Congratulations to all concerned. Good double for Jockey Ward. And the shot is a 5-year-old dark bay brown horse by gemologist out of Dress to Kill. And he came dressed for this race, well prepared by Liz Dean and Kong. So one for the boys from St. Patrick's and the entire team, Rude Boy included. So many congratulations as Liz continue to streak further ahead as the trainer of all trainers behind the Governor William Bill Marshall in terms of wins. So good to have her back in the winners' enclosure, and congratulations to the entire connections. The groom, Ronaldo Lovell. So many congratulations to AKA Kong. Second was horse number 6, Supermodel, ran an excellent race. And she is a 4-year-old dark bay filly by Lion King out of Heaven Sent, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walker Jr. Anthony Bishop was aboard, 119 pounds. Finishing third was horse number 11, Cold War. Pressed the pace, but just didn't have the answer when it mattered most, and he was stepping up against winners for the first time. This 4-year-old chestnut called by Walker and Lavani. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more from him. Ridden today by Rashad Meltz Knight, 16 pounds. And Kenny John is your trainer. This is the property of CAH Racing. And many congratulations for them for this performance. Finishing fourth was horse number 5. And that was Jordan. An excellent run from this lightly raced 5-year-old bear mare by Eagles Peak out of China Silk. This is her kind of going, owned by Mr. George Devere Davis, trained by Kenny John, and having Anthony Perch in the air, circling 120 pounds. Unofficially on the board, 1, 6, 11, and 5. The winner horse number 1, Shotter. Time fractions 25 and 2 for the quarter, half mile, 49 and 4. 6 furlongs and 1, 13 and 3. So the race stepped up, going on the back stretch, and the final time for Shotter's maiden victory in Barbados now stands at 138 and 1/5. With that, we are moments away from the afternoon's penultimate race, the David Hopper Gibbs Memorial Handicap. This race will traverse 1,800 meters for 3-year-olds and older, rated 35 to 17. It's also open to horses rated 16 and below. And we have a post time schedule of 5:40 in the afternoon, just about 27 minutes away from post time for race number 5. Do join me then. Once again, housekeeping time. Let's start with a mask mandate. Remember, we're still under the auspices of the COVID monitoring unit, who are very much requesting that we wear our masks at all times. Once you are not eating and drinking, you are expected to have your mask on, above the nose and under the chin. That's the mandate from the COVID monitoring unit. Coverage of racing today brought to you on 92.9 VOB, 92.9 VOB FM, and 94.7 the best 24/7 CBC. 94.7 the best 24/7 CBC. You can watch the streaming, www.barbadosurfclub.org, www.barbadosurfclub.org. You can follow the streaming there. Desires to play from the comfort of where you are seated, you can do so by following the simple instructions, www.barbadosurfclub.org. Input your banking information, input the amount you wish to wager, and less than 2 minutes, you become an instant member to play from the luxury wherever you are, just utilizing your fingertips or whatever device you have in your hands. Having said that, let's talk some money. It's Lotto time, Mega 6. Tonight's Mega 6 draw carries a total of $385,000. There are two booths located here at the Garrison Savannah. One is over by the drill hall, and the other is inside here by the grandstand. So if you come inside and you go to the left, adjacent to the jockey's room, you will find the betting booth, the Lotto booth, where you can purchase your scratch cards, double draw tickets, and of course, if you so desire, you can also top up your phone right from the lottery booth. Tuesday's jackpot for the Caribbean Lotto stands at $4,310,000. If you just stand a chance, you need to purchase your ticket. That draw takes place on Tuesday the 12th of April. And that's the jackpot for the Caribbean Lottery, which should be drawn on Tuesday. It stands at $4,410,000. So my apologies, it's actually $4,410,000 and not 300. So I'm robbing you of $100,000. So let's get that right. The jackpot for Tuesday's Caribbean Lotto draw is $4,410,000. And tonight's Mega 6, $385,000. Lotto supporting sports, youth, and culture. As the rains have joined us, we are back here on Wednesday, the 27th of April for an evening of racing. And that day happens to be the Barbados Guineas race day, the first jewel of the Barbados Triple Crown. And entries for that race day will close on Wednesday, the 20th of April 2022 at 10 a.m. at the Barbados Turf Club office. Entries for the 7th day of the Barbados Turf Club first racing season for 2022 to be held on the 27th of April, Wednesday afternoon, evening racing. Entries for that race day will close on Wednesday, the 20th of April at the Barbados Turf Club office at 10 a.m. Thank you. I can tell you that race number 6 has been declared official. Race number 6 is official. And the winner horse number 1, Shorter, paid $9.70 to win, $4.30 to place. $9.70 to win for Shorter, who also returned $4.30 to place. For running second horse number 6, Supermodel, returned $1.80, 180. Finishing third was horse number 11, and that was Cold War, who returned $1.40, 1.40. The exacta of 1 and 6, Shorter and Supermodel, returned $61.20, $61.20. The trifecta of 1, 6, and 11, Shorter, Supermodel, and Cold War, returned $91.45. 91.45. If you had a superfecta of 1, 6, 11, and 5, that is shorter. Supermodel, Cold War, and horse number 5, who happened to be none other than Jordan. You are entitled to collect $1,789.40. $1,789.40. The superfecta payment for race number 6. Thank you. Coming up to 14 minutes to post time, and it's time for tips in Dash for Cash.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
And as we move on to the penultimate race on today's 8-race card, entitled the David Harper Gisborne World Handicap 1800 meters. For 3 years, on older horses rated 35 to 17. By extension, it's open to horses rated 16 and below. The purse is $13,500. Let's start with horse number 7, already on post parade. This is Sarah. On her way down to the start, she's the property of Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Dari Dalrymple. 115 pounds is the weight on horse number 7, Sarah. Let's go to the parade ring and start with horse number 2, Riddick. Just come into your picture. A winner last time out seeks a double with Demario Bina retaining the ride, 116 pounds. This one is owned by Mr. Northcote and trained by Kenny John. Over the page, horse number 3, Stir It Up, to be ridden by Tishon Hazelwood. 119 pounds is the weight. The equipment to be used at tongue tie, and this is the property of Fearsome Foursome and trained by Andrew Nunez. Number 5, Stevenson's Thunder, owned by Sunset Farms, trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Afri Ward, who's already swept the double on the card, and it goes to post with 123 pounds, and Stevenson's Thunder will wear a tongue tie. Number 6, Mari Oro, owned by Stephen Kelman, trained by Hayden Nichols. Shaquille Bellamy will ride at 114 pounds on horse number 6. Let's pick up horse number 11 just in front of us, Mascara. To be ridden by Kemar Chase, 116 pounds is the weight. She is fitted with blinkers. This pair won 2 starts back at 1,570 meters. Edward Walker is the trainer, and Mrs. Gay Smith is the owner. Number 8, Sativa, to be ridden by Delano Lopez, for trainer Mark Bird Armstrong. This one is owned by MTD Racing, and Delano picks up 3 pounds overweight. We're going at 123 pounds, having claimed 3 and put back up 6 on horse number 8, Sativa, who's fitted with blinkers. The equipment on Maudi Oro, horse number 6, is blinkers and a tongue tie. Sensational is horse number 9, also seeks win number 2 in 3 starts. Ridden by Rashid Hughes, who's already a winner on the card, 128 pounds, top in post, tongue tie and cheek pieces, his equipment. Ramal Lovell is your trainer, and this one is owned by Melrose Racing. Let's jump the queue. Pick up horse number 12, Visionary, owned by Mark Goodrich, trained by Ramal Lovell, now ridden by Antonia Perch, 126 pounds. The equipment on the grey roan horse is a visor and a tongue tie. Just going by his horse number 13, Mr. US, in a tongue tie for Stephen Allen-Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Ricky Walker is aboard, 121 pounds is the weight. Number 14, Petty Princess, is drawn on the outside in this field of 12. And Petty Princess just cantering down. It's ridden by Deshaun Gaskin, 115 pounds. Equipment to be used a tongue tie. Neil Brathwaite is the trainer. And Derry Bihari is your owner. We have time for horse number 10, Scarface. It's going to come into your picture. There goes he is. Owned by Mistaken Identity, ridden by Rashad Meltz Knight, goes to post with a weight of 116 pounds. And for this assignment, Scarface is conditioned by Scott St. John. The equipment to be used, blinkers and a tongue tie. So there you have the field for this afternoon's high 5 event. So you have the pick 5 here. It's the penultimate leg of the final leg of the Soca 6 and the penultimate leg of the pick 4. And in this event, I'm going to sneak a winner out here for horse number 12. So I'm going for Visionary. I'm going for a little bit of a upset, kind of. 8-1 in the betting. And that's a good wager. I think it's a decentish field that has been toying around. His last 2 efforts at 1570, he came a lot closer, finishing 7th. First out, beating 8 and a quarter lengths. And then he finished 5th, beating only 3 and a quarter lengths. The question mark here is notice a weight of 128 pounds, but remember he did have a victory at 1800 meters when he returned from running in the Trinidad Derby and defeated much softer than this crowd, but I think that it doesn't have a big abundance of speed in it, what I consider to be cheap speed. Maybe 6 furlongs at most the leader will go, and then we'll see the leader changing hands momentarily from time to time, so I'm expecting Visionary to pull off the upset here at 8-1 for owner Mark Goodrich, trainer Ronald Perkins level. On my second line, I'm going to take horse number 9, Sensational, in ripping form. A winner third last time out, fell victim to Riddick, who reopposes here today, and Petty Princess. They ran 1-2 in that order. Today, I'm just going to upgrade Sensational to that second slot under Rashid Hughes for Melrose Racing and trainer Ronald Perkins level. So giving Ronald Perkins level a 1-2 here. On my third line, I'm going to stick my neck out for horse number 2. And this is Riddick, a winner last time out at 112 pounds. 4 pounds up today, 116 pounds. Shouldn't be a tough order. And he usually gives an honest effort to the Barbados, who gets the best out of him. And we'll see whether he's good enough to get a repeat victory. For me, I'm just reversing the roles with Riddick and Sensational and putting him on my third line for trainer Kenny John and owner Mr. Northcote. The Marabino is your rider. On my fourth line, I'm going to take Petty Princess. She doesn't really know how to run a bad race. She also doesn't know how to win a lot of races. And she started favorites on at decent odds. 7-1, 3-1, 5-1, 5-1, 10-1, 6-1, 4-1, 5-1. And she's just been bordering there or thereabouts in the money. She's been third, second, fourth, fifth, sixth, fourth, third, and second. So if I use her last 4 efforts, she's been sixth, fourth, third, second. So this must be the win if I'm going conking in that order. However, I'm placing her on my fourth line, as she just seems to find a way to run that third and fourth place slots. And I'm placing her on my fourth line. To complete the high five, I am going to invest in horse number 5. Stevenson's Thunder, one that I consider here to be one of cheap speed, and if left alone, could very well find himself getting home. As I said, the race really doesn't have a lot of speed, and if you look at former stablemate in Scarface, that's the other speed merchant in the race. Seeking another horse that could be a front. Riddick uses once upon a time to prefer to run from the front. Now he just prefers to just loaf and come with one run. So highly unlikely we'll see him on the front. Stirs Up could very well be there or thereabouts early. And then she will throw in the towel. And this is really not her trip. And what else? So I am going to stick with horse number 5 on my fifth line to complete the high five. Stevenson's Thunder. And horse number 5 is in at 9-1. So the high five event, I'm going 12, 9, 2, 14 and 5. I'm going for the upset win here for horse number 12, Visionary, at the generous odds of 10-1. So even going out further at 10-1. Good luck. Join me for the nightcap, which happens to be the afternoon's feature race.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. As we prepare here for this race, the David Hopper Gibbs Memorial Handicap, and we have.
Go ahead.
Riddick in at 7-1. 7-1 on horse number 3. That is Stirred Up. Then we have Stevenson's Thunder, horse number 5. Is in at 10-1. 20-1 on horse number 6, Mario Aurora.
Brother Neil?
Yes, sir.
If you just slip me a blind, as the young people would say. We're going to ask patrons on the infield, you are asked to stay off the exercise track because that is where the ambulance would need to follow the races. We can ask the patrons, those of you who are on the exercise track, the jogging track, you are asked to vacate that area since the ambulance will need to use it. The ambulance will need to use it in order to follow the race, and we wouldn't want to have a spill and then the ambulance cannot get by to assist the fallen rider. So can you kindly, we're asking all patrons to stay off the walking track on the infield. You are asked to stay off the exercising walking track where the ambulance needs to traverse. Thank you, Nadine. Back up to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Lyndon. We were at horse number 5, Stevenson's Thunder, and at 10-1. 21 on horse number 6, Mario Roar. Sarah, horse number 7, is in at 21 to 1. 7 to 1 on horse number 8, Sativa. Sensational is your favorite. And Sensational is in at 2 to 1. Horse number 10, Scarface, is in at 18 to 1. 8 to 1 on horse number 11, Mascara. 5 to 1 on Visionary. Then we have Mr. US, horse number 13, is in at 9 to 1, and 6 to 1 on horse number 14. That's Pretty Princess. Very generous odds there for Pretty Princess. This is the one I like here in this race. I can look at her form, and I think this is really her distance. 7.8 is a little, in my opinion, is a little short, but she usually does run very good. The last time out, she went down by a neck to Riddick, who she reopposes this afternoon. She carries 115 pounds. Deshaun Gaskin is in the irons, and I think this afternoon, Pretty Princess will be the one to give them a lot of trouble. Sensational ran a fantastic race the last time out. If memory serves me correctly, I think he got out of the gates, and I think he's been having this issue recently, kind of like walking out of the gates or giving the others at least a couple lengths, and then he's making it up. So he's actually losing his race at the start of the race.
Yeah, that seems to be a trend of his recently. However, the good thing about it is that going 9 furlongs and he doesn't get too far back. And on this going, we've seen a lot of horses actually come from off the pace with good runs, and I think race could set up for him once he does not give away too much ground in here. But I really fancy chances of Pretty Princess on this going and at this trip.
Well, Sensational is at 5 to 2, and my problem here with Sensational in this race is the weight, 128 pounds, giving up some 13 pounds to Pretty Princess, and I'm not sure that he is. I could be wrong. I'm not sure he's 13 pounds better than Pretty Princess. So we will go with, I'm going to go with Pretty Princess here. I have a soft spot in here for Mascara. Though she is better, in my opinion, at 7.8, I think that with the speed here in this race, I think that this could set it up pretty good for her as well. And she could be knocking on the door. Visionary, we have a change in rider. So as opposed to claiming 7 before, he would take all 126 pounds. With Perch, he's in at 5 to 1, and as usual, Perch will give every bit of assistance to this 6-year-old grey roan gelding by. He's had enough out of Lindy Stars, owned by Mr. Mark Goodrich, trained by Romel Lovell, and Romel Lovell has been having some good form with this one Visionary, and I think this one will also be knocking around. The horse number 10, also who's going to have a pretty good chance, is Scarface, and ridden by young Rashad Meltz Knight, and I think this one would also be knocking around, owned by Mistaken Identity and trained by Scott St. John. And let's say good afternoon to the guys up Edge Cliff. They do a lot of work with the horses up there. A very good set of guys up there, Stephen Kelman and crew. We say good afternoon to them as well. Number 10, Scarface, is in at 18 to 1. So we'll see how that goes. From the top again, as we have about 3 to go. And the horse in here who I'll see how it goes. Riddick is the horse, in my opinion, who can really spring a surprise. So with 2 to go, Pretty Princess, Visionary, what to go, over to Dean Springer for the call of the penultimate race on today's program.
Thank you very much, Neil. We wait for Visionary, the lone grey. Visionary goes in. They're locked away. Racing and Sensational was a little slow to go, but Sarah was the fastest away. along with Mario Roar. So Sarah and Mario Roar, these two dispute the lead with a mile to go. They've already opened up about 2 to 3 lengths on Scarface. Then there's Sativa. Behind these is Stir It Up. Towards the inside, Stevenson's Thunder. Towards the outside, Mr. US. Mascara is in the middle of the course. Visionary's the next one through. Sensational Riddick races the team. And as they pass the stands for the first time, and Shaquille Bellamy and Mario Roar taking no prisoners in this one. They're opened up by about 3 lengths already. From on the inside, Sarah. Then there's another break of 3 lengths before we get to Scarface, and then a length and a half adrift of Scarface, we find Sativa. A break of 4 lengths before we get to Stir It Up. Then on the inside, Stevenson's Thunder. On the outside, Mascara. And splitting these is Mr. US. Visionary is next. Pretty Princess, Sensational, and Riddick. And as they round the far turn, and it's Mario Roar who's in front by about 5 lengths, but shortening stride badly. She still has a good advantage, however. From on the inside, Sarah, and on the outside of Sarah, Scarface. Then there's a break to Sativa. They've got 3 furlongs to go. Mario Roar is a spent force and is being swallowed up now by Sarah and Scarface. On the outside, Sativa running on at one pace. Also there, here comes Stirred Up with a grand run. Mascaras between horses. Pretty Princess has found her best ride. And there are no more turns. And it's Sarah on the inside. On the outside, Stir It Up between horses and Scarface. On the inside is Sarah. On the outside, Stir It Up, Stir It Up. It's come through now, picks it up. It's Sarah who's powering on, opening up to win by 2. Pretty Princess closing desperately, not going to get there. It is good, and it is Stir It Up who wins it from on the outside. Pretty Princess down the inside with Sarah. Sensational came running through the field, and the winner came home in 1:55.4. In a moment, a recap for you.
Final time for race number 7, 1:55 and 4/5. 1:55 and 4/5, the final time for race number 7, as we await the unofficial results to go up on the board. We've got the results on the board. 3, 14, 7, 9, and 13. The winner, horse number 3, Stir It Up. Second, horse number 14, Petty Princess. Third, horse number 7, Sarah. Fourth, horse number 9, Sensational. And finishing 5th was horse number 13, Mr. US. The winner, horse number 3, Stir It Up.
Sensational Riddick races the team. And as they pass the stands for the first time, Shaquille Bellamy and Mario Roar taking no prisoners in this one. They're opened up by about 3 lengths already. From on the inside, Sarah. Then there's another break of 3 lengths before we get to Scarface, and then a length and a half adrift of Scarface, we find Sativa. A break of 4 lengths before we get to Stir It Up. Then on the inside, Stevenson's Thunder. On the outside, Mascara. And splitting these is Mr. US. Visionary is next. Pretty Princess, Sensational, and Riddick. And as they round the far turn, and it's Mario Roar who's in front by about 5 lengths, but shortening stride badly. She still has a good advantage, however. From on the inside, Sarah, and on the outside of Sarah, Scarface. Then there's a break to Sativa. They've got 3 furlongs to go. Mario Roar is a spent force and is being swallowed up now by Sarah and Scarface. On the outside, Sativa running on at one pace. Also there, Here comes Stirred Up with a grand run. Mascaras between horses. Pretty Princess has found her best right. And there are no more turns. And it's Sarah on the inside. On the outside, Stirred Up between horses and Scarface. On the inside, it's Sarah. On the outside, Stir It Up, Stir It Up. It's come through now, picks it up. It's Sarah who's powering on, opening up to win by 2. Pretty Princess closing desperately, not going to get there. It is good, and it is Stir It Up who wins it from on the outside. Pretty Princess down the inside with Sarah.
We look downstairs, the winner just about to be led in. And here comes the winner, horse number 3, Stir It Up. Being led in by the Connections. And this is Fearsome Foursome. And many, many congratulations to horse number 3, Stir It Up. 6-year-old Chestnut Mare by Moon Solitaire to Chimichurri. Owned by Fearsome Foursome. Trained by Andrew Nunez and confidently and superbly ridden to victory by Tishon Hazelwood. Took along a weight of 119 pounds. So many, many congratulations. See John Patrick Drake down there. There's Luel Rollins. And many congratulations to them. And of course, trainer Andrew Busher Nunez and Natalia Nunez. So congratulations to the entire entourage for a well-deserved victory here with Stir It Up. Finishing second was horse number 14, Petty Princess. 7-year-old Bear Mare by Eagles Peak of the Pretty Penny, owned by Derry B. Harry, trained by Neil Brathwaite. Deshaun Gaskin was aboard. Took along 115 pounds. Third was horse number 7. Horse number 7 is a 4-year-old Dark Bay filly, Sarah, by Vegas No Show, out of Caro's Legacy. Owned by Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Dara Rimples, took along 115 pounds. Finishing fourth was horse number 9, Sensational, blew the start once again. 6-year-old Bear Horse by Carpe Diem Zanyata, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Romel Lovell. Rashid Hughes was aboard, 128 pounds. And fifth in the high 5 event was horse number 13, Mr. US, a 6-year-old Bear Horse by Janat to Leave It To Me, owned by Stephen Alamadu and trained by Robert Pierce and ridden by Ricky Walcott. The high 5 event is done and dusted. Unofficially, of course, time fractions 26 and 1 for the quarter. Half mile and 50 flat, 6 furlongs and 115 and 4. Mile and 140 and 3. And the final time, 155 and 4/5. Up next is the nightcap, the afternoon's feature race. And it's the first edition of the Bertram Bertie Corbin BSS Memorial Trophy Handicap. That's our feature race for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 95 to 75 by extension. It's open to horses rated 74 and below. A field of 7 to compete in that event, which carries a purse of some $18,500. Your attention, please. We are asking those of you, those patrons over by the 5.5 furlongs, first of all, you're asked not to encroach upon the track, and we're going to ask you not to sit on the railings. Those persons seated on the railings over by the 5.5 furlongs starting point, we are asking you to desist from sitting on the railings and also not to encroach upon the track during or after the running of the races. We beg your indulgence as we hope to continue smoothly to bring to you our beloved sport, the sport of kings. So once again, we are asking patrons not to converge upon the track and to desist from sitting on the railings. Also, we are asking and requesting that you stay off the jogger's track, which has to be used by the ambulance to follow each race. We ask patrons to stay off the jogger's track when the race is about to begin so the ambulance can have a smooth progress around the savannah. Thank you. I can tell you that race number 7 is official. The official winner, horse number 3, Stirred Up. Finishing second, horse number 14, Petty Princess. Third, horse number 7. And the horse number 7 happened to be none other than Sarah. Fourth, horse number 9, Sensational. And round out the high 5 was horse number 13, Mr. US. Money time. The winner, horse number 3, Stirred Up, paid $8.75 to win, $5.60 to place. $8.75 and $5.60 on horse number 3, Stirred Up. For running second, horse number 14, Petty Princess, returned $1.75, $1.75. Horse number 7, Sarah, for running third, returned $15.40. $15.40 for horse number 7, Sarah, to finish third. The forecast combination of 3 and 14 returned $65.70. If you had the 3 and 14, which is Stirred Up and Petty Princess, you are entitled to collect $65.70. If you had the trifecta of 3, 14, and 7, that is Stirred Up, Petty Princess, and the Sarah, you're entitled to collect $1,881.15. $1,881.15 if you had the trifecta in race number 7. If you were lucky enough to get the pick 6, no one got it. There's a pick 6 carryover of $4,412.80. No one won the pick 6. It's a carryover. $4,412.80. I should also add no one was correct in selecting the high 5. Hence, there's a carryover of $1,149.99. High 5 carryover, $1,149. And actually, it's $1,150 flat. $1,150 flat, since we no longer deal in cents. I can tell you that Safi Joseph has landed another winner. Sir Ollie, a 4-year-old bay colt, has won race number 8 on the Lionel Race. So another one in the hutch for Barbadian trainer Safi Joseph. Let me give you the official order of finish for race number 7. 5th was horse number 13, Mr. US. 6th was horse number 10, Scarface. 7th was horse number 11, Mascara. 8th was horse number 8, Sativa. 9th was horse number 2, Reddit. 10th was horse number 12, Visionary. 11th was the early pacemaker, Mali Oro. And 12th and last was horse number 5, Stevenson's Thunder. The distances, 1.5, half, 3/4, 1 and 1. 1.5, half, 3/4, 1 and 1. And the final time, 1:55 and 4/5 for the running of that event. So early, or actually a late double on the card for jockey Tishon Hazelwood, joining jockey Afri Ward, as they have swept doubles. So congratulations to the jockey and the apprentice as we head down the home stretch with 1 to come. Speaking of 1 to come, let me do some housekeeping work for the final time. The Barbados Turf Club's 7th race day, entitled Copy that. I can tell you there's a change of rider in the last race. In race 8,
Copy the change of jockey.
horse number 3, Refire, it will now be ridden by Delano Lopez.
Correct.
Horse number 3, Refire in race 8, will now be ridden by Delano Lopez. Thank you. To continue with the housekeeping work for the final time, the Barbados Turf Club's 7th day of its first racing season will take place on Wednesday, April 27th, with a staging of the Barbados Guineas, the first jewel of the Barbados Triple Crown, which will be the feature race on the day. Entries for that race day will close on Wednesday, the 20th of April at 10 a.m. right here at the office of the Barbados Turf Club. Entry for next race day scheduled to take place on the 27th of April, which is the Barbados Turf Club's 7th day of its first racing season. Entries for that day will close at 10 a.m. right here at the office of the Barbados Turf Club. Finally, before the last race and up to the last race, you can get your lottery tickets for tonight's Mega 6 draw, where there is a purse of some $385,000 for tonight's Mega 6. So get your Mega 6 tickets. You can get them from over by the drill hall. There's a booth over there, and there's also a booth inside the grandstand. Get your Mega 6 tickets for tonight's draw, where tonight's jackpot is some $385,000. Also on Tuesday, the 12th of April, the Caribbean Lottery. That draw at stake is $4,410,000. The draw for Tuesday's Caribbean Lotto Jackpot is $4,410,000. While you're at it, you can get your double draw tickets, your scratch tickets as well, and you can also top up your cellular phone. So you can get your scratch tickets and you can top up at the lottery booths, and while you're at it, feel free to get your double draw tickets all right here at the Garrison Savannah, over by the drill hall, and indeed inside by the grandstand. Your attention, please. You're going to ask those little children on the track in the middle of the stretch to go off the track, please. You're going to ask the parents of those children on the track down in the middle of the stretch. You're going to ask you to take hold of your kids. And we're going to ask patrons not to converge or encroach on the track, please. Once again, we request your assistance in having your kids stay off the track. And that also includes the inside jogging track where the ambulance will have to traverse behind the race for the safety of the jockeys. So we can ask you, patrons, to oblige with us so we can get through the day as safe as possible. Just about. Horses are in the parade ring, the jocks are up. So we are heading for the final event, and it's the afternoon's feature race. So without any further ado, let's bring back Time for Tips and Dash for Cash. We're on to the final race. It's the afternoon's feature race. Time for tips in Dash for Cash.
And now it's time for your tips in Dash for Cash with Lyndon Yard.
And welcome back. We're on to the afternoon's feature race. It's the Bertram Bertie Corbin BSS Memorial Trophy Handicap. Bertie was an owner and also a proprietor here at the Garrison. He spent over 50 years in horse racing. Was also the track announcer. Passed away this year and was laid to rest at the Christchurch Parish Church in Christchurch. And our dear brother had ownership of the horse Jafatika that raced up to the A class with Anton Norris, Barbados' first Olympian, along with Chandler Jones and Veer Brown. That was the team that owned Jafatika with Bertram Bertie Corbin. This event is for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 95 to 75. It's also open horses rated 74 and below. Let's start with horse number 3. It's gone up at the start, and this is Refire, now to be ridden by Delano Lopez. 123 pounds is the weight, and he picks up 1 pound over, 124 pounds. Refire is the property of friends and family, trained by Roma Lovell and ridden, as I said, by Delano Lopez. Blinkers, a tongue tie, and a nasal dilator. In 42 starts, he has 7 victories, 13 seconds, and 5 thirds. Let's pick up horse number 8, Dominus, who makes a return to the track. He's been in blistering form prior to his little setback. He's a property of Sir David Seal, trained by Andrew Nunez. Rhea Williams is aboard, 125 pounds. This is start number 9 for him. 5 victories, 1 second, and 1 third. Let's pick up the yellow cap, yellow sun, green body of Kariba Star, which is horse number 2, owned by Pamela and Neva Isdell, trained by Andrew Nunez. Rashid Hughes is aboard, 122 pounds, and she is fitted with blinkers. In 15 career starts, she has 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 3 thirds. She needs to break the sequence. Let's pick up number 1 as he makes his way onto the track. This is Corsi, and owned by Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty, trained by Sean Hall, ridden by Sean Hazelwood. 123 pounds is the weight for his Barbados debut. He's a 5-year-old bay horse by Honor Code out of Beth's Bling, and he's raced extensively at Woodbine, and in 15 starts, actually not 15 starts, at Woodbine, he has 2 victories under his belt, and it'd be interesting to see how he goes. He won his very first 2 races sprinting, one on the Tapita, the next one on the main track, and he suffered a career-ending injury and went through a series of rehab, and now he finds his way in Barbados. Having come back from rehab, he made 2 appearances, did not fare well, and now he's here. He's going to try racing here first, And according to how that goes, he will be retired to stud if that is not successful. But it's good to have him here, and it definitely will do a lot for our bloodstock. He's fitted with tongue tie for his debut here in Barbados, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes for Tishon Hazelwood, who's already won 2 on today's card. Just coming in front of us is horse number 4. This is Sir Jimmy, the Monk of Dalrymple, 120 pounds, a nasal dilated equipment, owned by A&A Racing and Mr. RJ, trained by Richard Dean. And Sir Jimmy started 17 times, 2 victories, 4 seconds, and 1 third place finish. Let's pick up number 5, Stealing, just come into your picture in the checkered pink with the blue. And those are the colors of Nelicia Kozia. The horse is conditioned by her husband, John Mark Kozia. The mare, is fitted with a tongue tie and nasal dilated. She has the service of Rashad Knights. Goes to post with a weight of 118 pounds for this assignment. She started 47 times, 9 victories, 7 seconds, and 7 third place finishes. And our final starter, just coming up in front of the grandstand, this is Joshua, the grand old man of racing. At 11 years old, he's on his toes. He looks in pink, perfect condition. Purple looks straight down to the T. Matthew Badal is the rider there, 127 minus 7. And Joshua picks up 1 pound of weight and goes in at 121 pounds. And he started 42 times. He's won 10, 7 seconds, and 7 third place finishes. That's the field for the nightcap. This race offers price forecast and the trifecta. 4 minutes on the clock to the afternoon's feature race in honor of the late Bertram Bertie Corbin, BSS Memorial Trophy Handicap. And the horses are up at the gates. I'm going to take horse number 1, Corsi, as my winner here has been working very well. If you look at the program, you can see he did 3 in 37 and 2 furlongs in 24.65 on the 2nd of April. So those are good drills for him to announce himself here at the Garrison Savannah. And we'll see how he goes. So he gets my backing here. As I said, the worst case scenario with the Paul Doughty, Darwin Clark, Sean Hall combination is that the worst case scenario said is that they'll finish second as their worst option. And we'll see how they go here this afternoon. So they've either won or finished second. So they get my backing here with horse number 1, Corsi, as my winner here in this event. I'm going to take horse number 2, Kariba Star, to get into the thick of things. Last race for her was on the 5th of February 2022, finishing 5th behind Jericho, Maringo, and What You Think, in that order. She gets my second. And on my third line, I'm going to take horse number 6, which is none other than Joshua at 11 years old with 1, 2, 3, 4 to go. Here's Dean Springer and Neil Gill.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. The loading process is well underway. Corsi is in, so too is Refire. Stealing is in. They're trying now with, it looks like Dominus. So I'm waiting for Dominus to be loaded. He goes in. Sir Jimmy joins the lineup. So we wait for Kariba Star and then Joshua. And Kariba Star a little hesitant. Corsi seems to be sitting back a little bit. Kariba Star goes in. And Joshua will be the last to join the lineup. He goes in, they're all in. They're racing. And Sir Jimmy broke sharpest of all and is already opened up. But coming across from the outside, there goes Dominus. So Dominus is the leader from Sir Jimmy. Joshua is next, then Kariba Star. There's a break of a length and a half before we find Stealing. And on the inside of Stealing, Corsi, the back marker is Refire. And they're round the far turn, head up the hills with just over 3 furlongs to go. And the leader is Dominus in front by just about a length from Sir Jimmy. Joshua on the outside third. There's a break of 2 lengths to Kariba Star. Stealing Corsi and Refer has all to pass and less than a quarter mile to do so. Inside a quarter pole they come. And it is Dominus still the leader from Sir Jimmy. Joshua's there. Kariba Star is coming with her run. And there go more turns. And Dominus in command. On the outside here is Sir Jimmy with a ground run. It's Dominus on the right-hand drive. Sir Jimmy gets right-handed encouragement. It's Dominus and Sir Jimmy. Dominus and Sir Jimmy. Dominus on the right-hand start. Inside the final furlong, they come in. Turn down the real estate. Dominus from pillar to post wins it from Sir Jimmy. Kariba Star rattles home to be third. Corsi rounds out the top 4. And the winner came home at 105.4. In a moment, recap for you.
And we have a winning time of 105.4. 105.4 for the running of race number 8. We are asking those of you who don't have any reason to be on the track to stay off the track. We are asking patrons to stay off the track so the horses can make their way safely back into the winner's enclosure and the inside parade ring. Thank you.
Sir Jimmy brought Sharkness of All and has already opened up. But coming across from the outside, there goes Dominus. So Dominus is the leader from Sir Jimmy. Joshua is next, then Kariba Star. There's a break of a length and a half before we find Stealing on the inside of
the results posted on the board: 8, 4, 2, and 1. The winner horse number 8, Dominus, pillar to post performance. Second horse number 4, Sir Jimmy. Third horse number 2, Kariba Star. And fourth horse number 1, Corsi. 8, 4, 2, and 1. But a dominating display of speed by Dominus as he returned to winning ways. All that information is unofficial, of course.
And Dominus in command. On the outside here is Sir Jimmy with a ground run. It's Dominus on the right-hand drive. Sir Jimmy gets right-handed encouragement. It's Dominus and Sir Jimmy. Dominus and Sir Jimmy. Dominus on the right-hand start. Inside the final furlong, they come in front down the real estate. Dominus from pillar to post wins it from Sir Jimmy. Kariba Star rattles home to be third. Corsi rounds out the top.
So following the running of this race, we will have the presentation. And there will be a presentation of the winning trophy to be made by Raymond Corbin. And there's also a trophy to the winning trainer, and the winning jockey, and the winning groom, and Kathy Jones and Kenneth Jones. Both, Kathy being a director of Clyde B. Jones Funeral Home on behalf of the limo service, which would have taken Bertram to his final resting place. Yeah. So we will have that presentation to close out what has been a tremendous day of racing. And many congratulations to all the winners today. Quite a way to put a wrap on today's proceedings. As we await the winner to come back, as you look downstairs, the winner has been collected by trainer Andrew Busher Nunez. I see Janine Fields is down there, and Mr. Fields as well. And Dominus seems as though he's ready to go again. And here comes the winner, horse number 8, Dominus, in the popular colors of Sir David Seal. And he's very full of himself, full of life, showed tremendous speed from the outside, beg your pardon, and romped home in impressive fashion and an impressive time as well. A winning time of 1:05 and 4/5. Dominance horse number 8, the winner. He's a 5-year-old dark bay horse by Preach to Me out of Dance Goddess, owned by Sir David Seal, trained by Andrew Nunez, and nicely ridden to victory by jockey Ray Williams to win the afternoon's feature race in honor of the late Bertram Bertie Corbin, former track announcer, owner, and proprietor here at the Barbados Turf Club. Second was horse number 4, and that was none other than Sir Jimmy. 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Poison Dawn's Warrior, out of Wimpy Skippy, owned by A&A Racing and Mr. RJ, trained by Richard Dean, rated by Darry Dalrymple, took along 120 pounds. Third was horse number 2, Kariba Star, a 6-year-old dark bay brown mare by Violence out of Lemon Drops My Pop, owned by Pamela and Never Isdale, trained by Andrew Nez, Rashid Hughes Road, 122 pounds. And finishing 4th was horse number 1, and horse number 1 was none other than Corsi. This is a 5-year-old bay horse by Honor Code out of Beth's Bling, owned by Darwin Clark and Paul Doughty, trained by Sean Hall to Sean Hazelwood Road, 123 pounds. Unofficially on the board, 8, 4, 2, and 1 do hold all tickets as the stewards inquiry light is on. So there is an inquiry into the running of race number 8. Do hold all tickets. There is an inquiry into the running of race number 8. Your attention. In addition to the stewards' inquiry, there is an objection into the running of race number 8. Horse number 5, Stealing, has objected against horse number 1, Corsi. There's an objection into the running of race number 8. Horse number 5, Stealing, has objected against horse number 1, Corsi. And that objection goes along with the stewards' inquiry into the running of race number 8. Do hold all tickets. Your attention. Your attention. Following. Your attention, please. Following an inquiry and an objection. Following an inquiry and an objection, the results of race number 8 have been altered. The objection was upheld, and horse number 1 has been demoted to 5th, moving up horse number 5 into that 4th position. So, the new results reads, the winner, horse number 8, Dominus. Second, horse number 4, Sir Jimmy. Third, horse number 2, Kariba Star. 4th place now goes to horse number 5, Stealing. And 5th, relegated is horse number 1, Corsi. The rider of horse number 1 was found guilty for careless riding, and hence the objection was upheld, and those are the new placings. We now have the presentation. So we can have the presentation to be made to the winning connections for horse number 8. This is Dominus. Yeah. So the presentation, the winner horse number 8, and the presentation being made by Raymond Corbin on the behalf of, this is the son of Bertram Bertie Corbin, and the presentation being made to the connections, including Alicia Nunez, Janine Fields, presentation being made there for the winning connections, and the presentation being made, as said, by Raymond Corbin, the son of Bertie Corbin. To the winning connections for Dominus, which is owned by Sir David Seed and trained by Andrew Busher Nunez. We're also going to have a presentation to the winning trainer. And this presentation to the winning trainer is going to be made by Robert Corbin. So we're just going to make a switch around. Raymond is also going to do the presentation. So Raymond will do the presentation to the winning trainer. And this is collected by Natalia Nunez, and with her is Janine Fields. The presentation for the winning trainer. Congratulations. And now we're going to have a presentation to the winning jockey. The winning jockey is being Ray Williams, and he received the presentation from Miss Kathy Jones. She's the director of the Clyde B. Jones Funeral Home on the behalf of the limo service. And many congratulations to the directorship of Clyde B. Jones for their participation in making a presentation on the behalf of Bertram Bertie Corbin. And last but not least, we can have the presentation to the winning groom. And the winning groom here, in this case, being Anderson Prescott. And he will receive from Kenneth Jones, also a director of the Clyde B. Jones Funeral Home, on the behalf of their limo services. Many, many congratulations to the directorship of Clyde B. Jones Funeral Home for making a presentation on the behalf of Bertram Bertie Corbin. Also want to thank Robert Corbin and Raymond Corbin for the presentation in the afternoon's feature event.